but the instruction I have for the judges is that please, immediately after the presenters present their work, we are going to give you 1 minute to enter
Can you?
their on the Google form. Please kindly enter the form immediately after their presentation so that it will be easy for us to collate the results. Thank you.
I'm sorry, please, can you confirm that we are live now? Can you confirm that we are live on YouTube? Jide?
All right,
we are live. Yes, it's showing Giseb admin. We are live.
Okay, nice. I think Aderoju is here.
Yes, please.
So do you have anything for Aderoju?
Yes, I have. Today I've been receiving some questions from the participants. Most of them complain of light issue, that they don't have light, so they will have to join with their phone first before they will use their laptop for presentation. So I would suggest that like 1 minute, the 1 minute we give the judges to enter the evaluation, we should tell the next participant to prepare himself or herself so that if she's using her phone, she'll quickly switch to the laptop for the presentation. Please.
Aderoju, can you hear us? Are you with us? I'm not sure she's here. So, but do we have all our judges here? Do we have all the judges? I mean, can you confirm if we have all our judges here? I know Dr. Adebowale is here, Dr. Semir is here, Mr. Moshood is here. I'm only seeing 3 judges. I'm only seeing 3 of our judges. Can you guys hear me?
There are actually 3 available presently.
Okay. But let's confirm that the 3 of them are here. Dr. Semir, are you with us?
No, good morning, I'm with you.
Yeah, good morning, sir. Mr. Moshood.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Adebowale.
Yes, I'm with you guys.
Okay, thank you. The head judge joined us earlier. I think he had a mix up with the time. So probably he's going to join us soon. Yeah. Okay. So we just want to make sure that everything is good. Our moderator, Aderoju.
Is our moderator here with us now?
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Good morning.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think Aderoju is here now.
All right. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Aderoju,
Yes,
do you want
ma'am.
to blur your background?
Okay. I tried doing that on my system. It is asking me to download some stuff.
So, Amina, do you have anything for Aderoju?
Yes, I do. Some of
Please tell
the
her now so we can
participants,
start.
they complained of light issue, electricity issue. So
Okay.
they said they will be joining with their phone. Then when it is almost time for them to present, they will use their laptop. And we know we agree that we'll give the judges 1 minute to enter the evaluation, the results in the evaluation form to score them.
Yes.
So I'm suggesting that that's 1 minute. We'll mention, you will call out the name of the next participant to prepare himself or herself to. So if she wants to use a laptop or he wants to use his laptop, we'll be able to quickly switch to it and be
Okay, that
ready.
means before we call in the next person, like immediately after the initial person is done, then we should let the next presenter know we're going to call on to him. He should probably prepare himself,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes. Thank you.
Do they have the order of presentation?
No, they don't.
You can put that on the group. You
All
don't need
right,
to
sir.
mail them or something. Just put it on the WhatsApp group.
All right, sir.
So, are we good?
Yes, we are good. I know I just came in anyway.
Okay.
I believe what she was talking about was the time interval for keying in the things for each participant. Yeah, because last time it was just like immediately this one ends, they call the next one. So some people didn't even realize that they were supposed to do these things. So she's right, giving a little time for the judges to finish and then call up the next person. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ma. Sorry, I changed your name to moderator. If you are wondering, I did that. Okay, so everything is good now. So I think we can start admitting people. Jide Aminat.
Professor Ajide is not here, so
Yeah, we'll start at exactly 8 o'clock.
Jide,
So
please,
Barrister
kindly
Ayo,
add
Barrister Ayo,
Yeah, I should admit them now.
yes. I want to
Barrister
check.
Ayo.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay, so be ready to go off at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
So please, you can.
Excuse me, please. Sorry. If I might ask a question.
Okay, Professor Ajide has
We
messaged
can't
me.
hear.
Aminat, did you say Professor Adide is here already?
He messaged me, he said he will join soon.
Okay, so should we still give him his time to start?
Yeah, I think we can give him
Yes.
that because I was not hearing exactly what he was saying.
All right.
I think there's someone raising a hand.
Yes, it's me.
Okay.
I wanted to ask, are we in our rooms or everybody is together this time?
I don't.
Are all the judges in the same place in the same room with the participants?
Okay. I know I don't really have idea about that.
Okay,
But
no problem.
I don't think there's a breakout section actually.
Okay, no, I get you. Let's go ahead.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever it is you're listening to us and participating in this with us. Um, our distinguished judges, our esteemed participants, our invited guests, good morning to every one of you. We are glad we can have you guys. And I'm trying to say we are very glad on behalf of Global Institute for Science, Engineering, and Business Management. You are highly welcome to the final stage of the 2025 National Research Symposium. It's a privilege to have all this great mind in this one room at a particular time. Right. So really good morning and welcome to all of you. It is nice for you guys to have been here. Well, we all know we celebrate innovation, knowledge, and the spirit of research credentials among our nation's brightest undergraduate and postgraduate minds. My name is Aderoju Adelua Zainab. I'm honored to be serving as the moderator for today's session. Without delaying us any much further, I would like us to probably start and give honor to honor is due to by asking our invited chairman for today's program, Professor O. Ajide, to deliver the opening address and officially declare this session open for us to kickstart the event. Professor O. Ajide, please, are you here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Thank you. I don't know. Well, I've sent the short remarks to the platform of the program officer, as well as some other people like Engineer Assist. So, well, without just wasting time, or do we think that we need to share it? Or I just go ahead?
Okay, you just go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So, just a brief opening remark. The final stage of 2025 National Research Symposium. My name is Professor O. Ajide. The founders, the co-founder, the initiators the co-chief executive officers of the Giseb, in person of Engineer Adebayo Assis, Engineer Karakite Daniel, Barrister Ayodeji, Engineer Musas, and other co-organizers. So specifically the organizer of this maiden editions of National Research Symposium, the moderators, the eminent and impartial judges, jurists, invited speakers, presenters, and resource persons here, specifically Ms. Raji Aminat, our indefatigable program officers and research assistants, other desk officers who have been working in the backgrounds, and of course the award-winning presenters, the 9 finalists. Christiana Okonko, are you here? Christiana Okonko, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Christiana Okonko.
Yes, I'm here.
So thank you. You're welcome. Joy Peda. Oyelami, are you there?
Present, sir.
Thank you. Eunice Okoro, you are welcome. Gabriel David.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Peter, you are there. Omiyinka.
Yes, I
there?
am.
Yes, sir.
Adeyemi, Fagade. And lastly, Oadawe.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
So
Present,
I
sir.
also acknowledge the presence of other members of the academic research community, distinguished guests, and other participants here, eminent ladies and gentlemen. I would like you to permit me to stand on other existing protocols, in as much that my standing on the protocols does not have any influence on the structural integrity by virtue of my weight. I am extremely excited to be here today for the opening remark at the final stage of 2025 National Research Symposium of our highly applauded and revered Global Institute for Science, Engineering, and Business Management in my humble capacity as the chairman. My heartfelt gratitude to the founders, the co-founders, the initiators, and the joint organizers of this program for serving as chairman. I also thank Ms. Raji Aminat, a highly prolific and valuable program officer, for great work in seeing us to this stage. She has been very passionate and wonderful in all activities of Giseb. It is indeed a wonderful time working with the founders and as program and as well as the program officer. As indicated on the program, the theme of this maiden edition of Giseb National Research Symposium is inclusive sustainability. The theme is no doubt well thought as a response to the reality of this present series of global challenges, necessitating the drive for pioneering the state-of-the-art research activity for advanced technology and innovation for transitioning to sustainable development across the globe, although with a special focus on Africa. Sequel to this, I would like you to render a resounding applause for the initiator, for the organizers of these maiden editions. I'd like you to do a very resounding applause. Can we do that? Commending the organizers, the initiator of this program. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Professor Jubadi.
Okay, I indeed commend you highly, especially Dov Michael, for your thoughtfulness and the innovative spirit in this regard. There is no iota of doubt that research is playing a crucial role in innovation, technological advancement, industrialization, and sustainable development. According to Jacques, and I quote, modern technology has become a total phenomenon for civilization, the defining force of a new social order in which efficiency is no longer an option, but a necessity for impose on all human activities. Without research, there is no access to modern technology and innovation. That has been well stated in Sounder et al. 2023, with reverse research as an activity that people undertake in order to find out new things in a systematic way, thereby increasing their knowledge. The word research as I normally tell my students, research imply researching for an already researched issue or matter in a new way for advanced knowledge. It is a systematically planned activity with the aim of discovering new facts and innovation about a particular phenomenon that is partially reported. So top-notch research activity lead to innovation, real-world problem solving, and groundbreaking discovery for addressing pressing national issues in arts, agriculture, technology, environment, and economic growth. Sequel to the foregoing, the major objective of this symposium is to gather like-minded individuals, especially students and earlier career researchers from across the country or even across the globe to learn, discuss, thoughts, network, share ideas, create new ideas, and to ignite motivation. The benefit of national research symposium like this being organized by Giseb are enormous. It is a platform or a forum for knowledge sharing, for catalyzing exchange of cutting-edge research concepts, finding interdisciplinary and interdisciplinary collaboration opportunity, dialogue among stakeholders, capacity building for students, early career researchers, community engagement, strengthening tongue and gap relationship for potential investors, and a drive for societal-oriented policy and transformational restructuring. As I conclude, I would like to charge the founders, organizers, and stakeholders, including myself as chairman, not to rest on our oar. There's need for continuity, sustainability of this symposium, and other activities in order to promote research excellence, breakthrough, innovation in order for us to gravitate toward the sustainable development. The foregoing will help fortify discussion and proactive action geared towards a comprehensive research approach so as to address poverty, social issues, and environmental impact for accelerated and innovative transition to sustainable development across the industry for enhanced societal impact. I'm advocating that Africa, with special focus on Nigeria, should be able to explore its own endowed resources toward the drive for energy transition in the region. That's to say, for example, there's need for each player or stakeholder across the value chain in the industry to focus on the area of expertise and minimize unnecessary competition. In addition, the players or stakeholders should engage in a comprehensive inter-collaborative problem solving towards maximizing the drive for innovative technologies for advancement and sustainable development. The government and stakeholders, including you and myself across the continent, have a critical role to play, and they can unlock constraints affecting sustainable development. Once again, I thank the organizer, the CEOs, the founders of this Giseb, of course, in particular, this symposium, for the privilege. My gazillion thanks to all participants who have made active participation at even submission, previous stages, screenings, seminar final stage, and to this point, the final stage. I want to especially congratulate the 9 finalists who are here today for your success, right from the preliminary shortlisting of submission of abstract to final stage, and now to the final stage of the competition. If you don't mind, making it to this stage is a testament that you are indeed research scholar and emerging future global changers, transformers, reformers, and leaders. On this note, I will appreciate, if you do not mind, a very resounding applause for these 9 finalists. Can we do a resounding applause for these finalists? Can we encourage them? So I wish the presenters, speakers, and all of us a very beautiful, eventful, and impactful presentation, deliberation, interaction, and a highly rewarding symposium. On this note, in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, we want to declare this symposium open. I say thank you for your rapt audience. God bless you all. Thank you.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much, Professor O.O. Adide. That was a very, very inspiring word. And thanks for encouraging all our participants. And just based on what he said, they said research is all about a read and a search. Like we all getting to know. Each time we are carrying out our research, we are not exactly doing something totally new to the universe. There is something someone probably somewhere have done a search on. We are just taking this a step further and trying to find out, is there something there they've not yet done? Thank you so much for those inspiring words. Yeah. Right now, since we've heard about, we are now open for the session based on what Professor Ajite just did just now. I would like to call on Professor Barrister Ayodeji Adenusi. You should come and tell us more about who we are, why we are created, and our main commitment to this whole Giseb, about Giseb. So I would like to invite a representative of Barrister Ayodeji Adenusi to give us a brief presentation about Giseb. Barrister Ayodeji Adenusi.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much once again. I am Ayodeji Adenusi.
Welcome,
and
sir.
I'm happy to be here. Thank you. So good day, everyone. It is my honor to speak to you as a shareholder of Global Institute for Science, Engineering, and Business Management. So very briefly, I will be telling you about who we are, what we stand for, and how we've advanced research, innovation, and collaboration globally. So Giseb stands for Global Institute for Science, Engineering, and Business Management. We're a global institution with presence globally, and our headquarters is in the United States, Texas to be precise. So the institution across various industries, including education, technology, and research facilitation. And our current research has reached over 500 researchers across the globe. Now about Giseb. So Giseb is a global research platform established to connect researchers, academics, and professionals across disciplines. Our aim is to foster collaboration, inspire innovations, and promote the sharing of knowledge that can address real-world challenges. Through initiatives like the National Research Symposium that we are having right now, we create opportunities for impactful research, and meaningful partnerships. Our visions and missions. Our vision is to become a leading global platform for research excellence and knowledge exchange. Our mission is to promote opportunities for researchers to showcase their work, collaborate across disciplines, and turn research into solutions that positively impact society. We operate guided by 5 core values: integrity, which is acting responsibly in all we do; excellence, striving for the highest quality in research, innovations, innovations, fostering new ideas and discoveries; collaborations, building strong networks across borders; inclusivity, ensuring every voice is heard and valued; and sustainability, meeting present needs without compromising future needs. The objectives of Giseb. The organization's objectives are to provide a platform for sharing research ideas and innovation, to promote collaborations among researchers, institutions, and industries, to build research capacity that addresses societal challenges, and to facilitate the dissemination of high-quality research for national and global impact. So why the 2025 Research Symposium? I know a lot of people may have asked, why are we having this symposium, right? So the National Research Symposium was organized to meet key needs in the research community. It provides a space where research findings can solve real-world problems and fosters collaborations between academics, industries, and policymakers. Ultimately, the symposium ensures that research has meaningful societal impact and encourages the growth of a vibrant research culture. Overview of the symposium. This year's National Research Symposium brings together experts from multiple disciplines. Participants engaged in paper presentations and discussion. It is not just a platform for sharing ideas, it is a driver for providing solutions to national and global challenges. Our achievements and progress. Global Institute for Science, Engineering, and Business Management has grown steadily. The National Research Symposiums have attracted increasing participants, high-quality research outputs, and stronger partnerships. These successes reflect our commitment to excellence and motivate us to continue advancing research globally. The future direction of Giseb. Looking ahead, Giseb plans to expand its reach to more institutions and countries, to embrace technology for broader virtual participation, strengthen collaborations with universities, industries, and policymakers, and to ensure sustainable growth while maintaining high-quality research initiatives. Our vision is to make research more accessible, impactful, and recognized worldwide. So as a shareholder, I'm proud to be part of Giseb's journey, but achieving our goals requires the continued support of partners, institutions, and individuals like you. Together, we can turn research into solutions, inspire innovation, and create a better future. Thank you so much for your time and for supporting Giseb.
Yeah, thank you so much, Barrister DJ Adeose. That was a nice overview you gave there. At least we all get to know why and what Giseb fully is all about. Yeah, I think there's always need for a platform that gets to let people know, let people, different professions, let them come together and tend to come and showcase what they are doing and let other people get to know what different areas are doing. Because I know practically those we have in today, the finalists we have here today, there are people from various diversity of courses and all doing various wonderful researches. So like we've all said, Giseb is a nice platform. And for those who don't know, let's spread the word across to our friends and family. This is 2025. I want to believe we did 2024, and definitely, God willing, we'll still be here for 2026. So please, let's spread the word across. So let people know about the good and wonderful job Giseb is doing out there. Yeah, so thank you so much again for the overview, Barrister Ayodeji Adeose. Before we begin the presentation properly, I would like to invite Ms. Amina Raji. She is the symposium coordinator and member of the organizing committee of the Global Institute for Science, Engineering, and Business Management. Well, she has been the one, when it comes to pulling strings and trying to get things to work together, she's the brain and the hand behind that. So please join me in welcoming Ms. Amina Raji for an overview.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome once again to the 2025 National Research Symposium. My name is Aminat Raji, and I am a member of the organizing committee at the Global Institute for Science, Engineering, and Business Management. Allow me to reflect briefly on our journey and how far we have come. The 2025 National Research Symposium was designed as a platform to give early career researchers, both undergraduate and postgraduate students, an opportunity to present their work, exchange ideas, and gain national visibility. We began this journey with a bold vision, and today we are proud to see how far we have come. This year's theme, Inclusive Sustainability, reflects Giseb's vision of fostering research and innovation that not only advances science, engineering, and business management, but also promotes fairness, equity, and long-term societal impact. As Giseb, we are committed to providing platforms for early career researchers to showcase their ideas, connect with mentors, and contribute to solutions that matter both locally and globally. The symposium embodies that mission. It is a place where brilliant ideas meet opportunity. And I must say, I am truly honored to be part of this organizing committee. And it gives me great joy to see the brilliance and creativity displayed throughout this process. I want us to know that this final stage is not just about competition. It is about celebrating the dedication, discipline, and intellectual courage of all those who have reached this point. Okay, to the slide, the abstract submission slide. Okay, next. Okay. When the call for abstract opened, we received a very strong response. We reached out widely to universities, research institutions, and students' communities across the country. The call was open to undergraduates and postgraduate students in science, engineering, and business and management. And submission followed a clear 300-word limit format. The participation we saw from young scholars were truly inspiring. The registration was simple and accessible through our official website. Participants provided concise abstracts highlighting their background, objectives, methods, results, and conclusions. This approach ensured uniformity and fairness, making it easy for reviewers to assess submission objectively. Okay, next. After the submission deadline, a rigorous and careful review process followed. Our dedicated reviewers, experts in their fields, volunteered their time and expertise to evaluate each abstract, and 30 abstracts were approved to advance to the semi-final stage. We owe a deep debt of gratitude to those reviewers who volunteered their time and their expertise to ensure fair and scholarly selection. Their thoughtful feedback also helped participants strengthen their work. Okay. In preparation for the symposium, we held a sensitization webinar titled Research Without Border, Sharing Your Findings with the World, where distinguished guest speakers discussed the value of research visibility, the importance of publishing beyond academic requirements, and how early career researchers can use such platforms to build confidence and impact. We sincerely want to acknowledge and thank them for setting the right tone for this journey. And we also recognize every participant and attendee who joined us from the very first webinar up to this point. You have been part of building something truly remarkable. Next. To strengthen this platform, we organize training sessions for both our presenters and judges. These sessions were designed to ensure fairness, clarity, and professionalism across the board. They covered evaluation criteria, scoring objectivity, and how to assess presentation quality and research clarity consistently. This session helped our reviewers and judges align their understanding of what makes excellent research, and it also prepared them to provide fair assessment and useful feedback to participants. Yes. At the semi-final stage, we witnessed brilliant presentations from the 30 shortlisted participants. Each one of them displayed hard work, creativity, and a true spirit of inquiry. We commend every one of them. To those who presented in the semi-final but did not advance to today's final stage, we still celebrate you. Reaching that stage was in itself an achievement, and your contribution added immense value to this symposium. At this point, I will not conclude the semi-final stage without acknowledging those who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make the semi-final round a success. Our judges for their careful assessments, our moderators who managed the flow and kept the session on track, our technical team who handled the operation, managed the online logistics and recordings, and our audience who gave their time to support and engage. And I would also like to thank my colleague, Olajide. You made this process very easy and interesting for me. You've been very active in making this symposium a success. Thank you. Now, among the 30, 9 participants advanced to today's final stage. To the finalists assembled here today, congratulations once again, and celebrate the excellence that brought you here. Your work has stood itself out and earned you the place you occupy now. Your research stood out for its originality, depth, and clarity. At the end of today's session, we will present awards in several categories. We have the overall best researcher, the 500,000 naira. The best in science, 300,000. Best in engineering, 300,000 naira. Best in business and management, 300,000 naira. Best undergraduate researcher, 250,000 naira. Best female presenter, 250,000 naira. And the People's Choice Award, 250,000 naira. There is actually something very special about the People's Choice Award. Unlike the other categories that will be judged by the panel of the judges, this one will be determined by the collective votes of all attendees, everyone here. The voting will open immediately after the final presentation. Please take notes. Once the last presenter begins, no new attendees will be admitted into the Zoom room to ensure fairness. This is an opportunity for participants to invite friends, colleagues, and family to witness their work and support them. Beyond these prizes, every presenter for both semi-final and final stages will receive a certificate of participation, and your abstracts will be published in the official symposium proceedings. I must mention that our award ceremony will take place at the University of Ibadan Conference Center, Ibadan, on the 1st of November 2025, where winners will be officially decorated and celebrated. Once again, to our presenters today, I want to leave you with this encouragement. Being here is already proof of your dedication, your resilience, and your brilliance. Whether you walk away with an award or not, you have earned recognition on the national stage. Remember that this symposium is not just about winning. It is about growth, visibility, and building a future where your research makes a difference. You are not just competing, you are contributing to knowledge that can transform the society. And in that, you are already winners. Now, let's take a brief moment to meet these finalists I've been talking about through their 1-minute introductory videos. Please enjoy this short Meet the Finalist video. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Amina. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think we are waiting for the technical team to
Okay,
probably help
kindly
us
give
with
me a
getting
minute.
the. Okay. Hmm. Miss Amina Traji, we can see a video of the participants playing the presenters, but right now we can't hear exactly what they are saying.
Oh, all right. Please give me a minute.
All right. No, take your time. Hmm. Hmm.
I'm very sorry, please. I'm trying to find the section.
If you can stop the sharing, then reshare again. I think you have to hit the share voice.
All right, thank you.
care in low risk.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Samuel Omienka, and I'm a final year mechanical engineering student at the University of Ibadan.
Hi, my name is Christiana Okonkwo. I'm an MBA student at Auburn University.
Hello everyone, I am Joypede Angela Loa, a political science student at the Ishilarian Federal University of Education.
My current research focuses on developing a low-cost dual-mode suction device for emergency medical care in low-resource settings. This work aims to provide an affordable and reliable solution for clearing the human airway and saving lives, especially in places where standard medical devices are often unavailable. The Global Institute for Science, Engineering and Business Management has provided me with an incredible opportunity to showcase my research work, learn from global innovators, and connect with leaders that are passionate about impact-driven solutions.
I presented on a comparative study of inclusive sustainability within the urban and rural informal economy. Basically, I was trying to compare sustainability development in the urban versus the rural.
My research focuses on leveraging digital technology for human rights protections in Africa. Personally, this journey has been a learning curve for me, right from preparing for the semi-final presentations to the final. I have been able to learn, grow, and share my ideas, and making it to the finals. Oh my God, it's like a dream come true.
I'm excited and honored to have reached the final stage of this competition, and I'm using this medium to employ my friends or to invite my friends and colleagues and also my families to join me at the final presentation of this symposium and also vote me for the People's Choice Award.
I'm excited and particularly grateful to all the stakeholders that put this together and to the people in charge of the TISCD board. It's been very encouraging so far doing this. Having been selected to move to the finals, I see it as you giving me a platform to put my research work out there and to continue the journey of research.
I would like to thank you once again for this opportunity and see you at the grand finale. Bye.
Hello everyone. My name is Oyelami Mosunloloa James. My institution is the University of Ibadan.
My name is Oluwadamilola Fagade, a PhD student of geochemistry at the Department of Geology, University of Ibadan, Nigeria.
My name is Eunice Okoro, and I'm a final year dentistry and dental surgery student at the University of Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria.
My research focus is on the development and performance evaluation of a low-cost melting induction furnace, which is a useful project, especially in the metallurgy sector in Nigeria.
My research work is on groundwater quality assessment of coastal water resources in parts of southwestern Nigeria. It's basically an ongoing research work looking at the vulnerability of groundwater aquifers in this area to saltwater intrusion and nitrification.
My research focuses on oral health disparities among secondary school students with special needs in Ibadan. This is inspired by my passion for serving the underserved communities. This is also in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 3 and 10. 3 which talks about good health and well-being, and 10 which talks about reduced inequality.
Nigeria.
I'm so grateful.
I'm so happy to be at this stage of the competition, and I'm also thankful to Giseb for giving me the opportunity to showcase my idea to other people.
And it gives me great joy to proceed to the final stage of the 2025 National Research Symposium organized by the Global Institute of Science, Engineering and Business Management. And it's such a good platform. I've gotten good reviews on my research, and I also have the opportunity to see what other people are doing, and it gives me great joy to see that no matter what happens, Nigeria is on a great track because people are really doing a lot of good research has been churned out there. And I look forward to October 11th, which is the finals.
I'm so grateful to the Global Institute for Science, Engineering and Business Management for this amazing platform, for giving me this amazing platform to showcase my work, to connect with other brilliant minds, and to grow as an early career researcher. I'm also excited to have advanced up to this stage to be one of the 9 finalists who will be presenting at the National Research Symposium 2025. Thank you everyone who has supported me thus far, and I'm calling on you once again to support me in this final round. Thank you, Giseb. Thank you everyone. Bye.
Hello everyone, I am Gogo Peter and I'm currently chasing a bachelor's degree in the University of Ibadan, Mechanical Engineering. I'm a final year student.
My name is Adeyemi Moyosoroluwa Daniela. I am a student of Paradise University, Department of History and Diplomatic Studies.
I am Thomas Akongo Oranyokwe, a postgraduate student of the University of Ibadan.
And the Giseb Symposium has provided a great platform for me to showcase my work, my engineering innovation on experimental investigation of solar adsorption refrigeration system using activated charcoal and methanol as the working fuel.
My research focus is on implementing behaviorism-based health education in Nigerian communities.
Working on the research, synthesis to mechanical processing, and characterization of A356 DPFA composites for automobile engine components.
I'm actually very grateful and privileged to be part of the top 9 globally to be presenting in this wonderful platform where people of high status will be present.
I am super excited for this opportunity that Giseb has given to me. I am very excited to also be part of the area scholars that were selected for the final stage. I am looking forward to this final part of the symposium on the 11th of October 2025, of which my friends and my family are urged and implored to join so as for me to win the People's Choice Award. Thank you very much, Giseb, for this opportunity, because I know and I am very sure, as a matter of fact, that it's going to open more opportunities for me in the future.
I am glad to be a finalist in this year's Giseb National Research Symposium. I am very grateful to the organizers for the opportunity and I look forward to the finals. I want to appeal to you to vote for me for the People's Choice Award. See you at the finals. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Miss Raji. I mean, it is really nice to see all the presenters, like all the presenters from different areas. Like I said earlier, Giseb made it kind of like a diverse environment, both in terms of the research going on, ranging from postgraduate to the graduate students, and also not just limiting it to just a particular school, cutting across different schools in Africa, and also probably some schools also in the United States. So we've met the participants, like the presenters right now. And like what Miss Amina have said, for the People's Award Choice, if you know you have people out there, your friends, your family, let them join this Zoom link now, because after the presentations, we won't allow anyone in to join to vote. And the People's Award is going to be judged based off the voting. Yeah. That's quite a nice one to meet all the participant. Yeah. Before we begin with the presentation, I would like to introduce and acknowledge our distinguished judges for this session. Because without them, there'll be no way to decide which public speaker presented well or which research is this or that. And trust me, all researches are very, very nice. We all have something to say and something to say to the world. It all now boils down how well you are able to sell what you are doing. Trust me, no research is just anyhow research, but then it comes with you being able to tell us what you are doing, explain your research to something in which a 5-year-old will be able to understand and still have a takeaway from it. So please join me in inviting and welcoming our judges who are going to be carefully evaluating the presentation and providing valuable feedback. We are honored to have them here. Yeah, they are doing us the honor of being here as our judges. So join me in welcoming Dr. Semiu Olani Bella, who is a postdoctoral research scientist at Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. He specializes in quantitative and population genetics, animal genomics, and sustainable agriculture. He has collaborated globally on projects addressing his work at numerous conferences. He is also passionate about promoting quality education among youth. Also, we have Mr. Suriola Moshood, who is a financial analyst at JP Morgan Chase, where he supports financial planning, budgeting, performance monitoring for institutional operations. He holds an MBA in business analytics from Georgia State University. He's a Master of Science in Finance from University of Lagos and a bachelor's degree and holds a bachelor's degree in accounting from the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, with certifications from ICANN. He combines strong analytical and financial management expertise with a passion for data-driven decision making. Mr. Moshood is an advance of sustainability with his latest publication in building climate risk assessment models for sustainable investment decision making. Thank you, Mr. Moshood, for being here with us. We really appreciate you. We appreciate your presence. Also, we have Mr. Emmanuel Chizo Nwoga, who is a battery developer and research engineer at Avesta, Belgium. Well, he has his education, he has his MBA in Battery Association. He has a master in chemical and material engineering from, okay, please spare me the name of the university, please. He also holds his bachelor in chemical engineering at Michael Opera University of Agriculture, Umudika, Nigeria. He works as a battery developer and research engineer at Avesta Holding. He specialized in advanced lithium-ion and solid-state battery technologies, especially for electric vehicles. With over 5 years of experience in electrochemical energy storage, research, and development, he has contributed to multiple innovations in cell design, material engineering, and performance optimization. Thank you, Mr. Emmanuel, for being here. And we also have Dr. Adebowale Oyerinde, who holds a bachelor's and master's degree in biochemistry. He finished from Ekiti State University in Nigeria and holds a PhD in nutritional science from Urban University, USA. He has more than 10 years of research experience with proven success through his publications and several awards. He is currently a research fellow in Department of Anatomy, Physiology, and Pharmacology at Urban University. Dr. Onyeride's research focuses on the identification and characterization of volatile organic compounds as biomarkers for oxidative stress in obesity. Thank you, Dr. Adebowale, for being here. It is nice to have you in our midst. We also have Mr. Yusuf Adigbeson, who is a PhD candidate at Department of Chemical Engineering, University of Rochester, specializing in data-driven catalyst design for electrochemical carbon dioxide reduction. He held a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, and a master's degree in petroleum engineering from Imperial College, London. His expertise is in computational chemistry. Well, that's where the world is kind of like moving towards right now. In machine learning for material design before commencing his PhD program. He is a lecturer at the Department of Chemical and Petroleum Engineering, Bayern University in Kano. Mr. Yusuf has won several awards, including PTDF local and overseas scholarship, Education USA, OFP scholarship, among others. It is nice to have such a great mind here in our midst to be our judge. Then we have Mrs. Betha Onyenachi Azagboa. Please spare me if I probably mix up some names around there. She's an environmental health and safety professional with over 18 years of experience in environmental safety and hazardous waste management. She holds a bachelor's degree in civil engineering, specializing in public health engineering from the Federal University of Technology, Owerri, Nigeria. And she has her MSc in environmental health and safety from Marshall University, West Virginia, USA. She currently serves as the Radiation and Chemical Safety Officer at Marshall University, where she oversees radiation safety and the safe handling of hazardous chemical within university laboratories, ensuring compliance with OSHA and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and the West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection Regulation. Well, before joining Marshall University, she has quite some responses from Nigeria. She has been to spill response operation in Nigeria's oil and gas sector. Her research interests include radiation safety, air pollution, and water quality. Our dedication to the environmental safety continues to guide our role in promoting a culture of safety and sustainability. It is great to have you here, ma'am. Then we have Mr. Farouk Busari, who is a doctoral researcher in the Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry at Auburn University. His expertise spans enzyme engineering, computational chemistry, and structural biochemistry, with a focus on thyroid hormone-related enzymes and allogeneic model systems. He has presented his work at national conferences, served as a reviewer and judge in scientific forums, and he completed advanced training with organizations such as the American Chemical Society, NIH. His research contributes to advancing precision diagnostic and therapeutic strategies for metabolic and endocrine disorders. Well, it is nice to have all these great mind here. Like, thank you guys for honoring us with your presence and for doing this community service and trying to give back to the community. Really appreciate you guys for all you are doing and all you've been doing. So it is nice to have you guys. It is nice to have you guys join us and being the judge of today's presentation. Well, now that's about our judges. At least we can see we have judges that cut across different faculty and different courses and different research, just as we have the presenters whose presentation and probably research also cut across different faculty and the likes. So now, before we go into the presentation proper, I would like to read out some rules and regulation, which I would advise all the presenters to please adhere to. And probably one of the first rules, like rule of thumb, we're using Zoom right now, is please, as you are coming in, try to make sure you mute yourself so that way you don't get to disrupt some person's presentation. And also, if you're having your family and friends join you, please tell them to just mute themselves once they are in. Well, definitely if you have to present or to talk, you can easily unmute yourself. And after you must have done that, please mute yourself. Now, I would like to go through the rules and regulation for the presenter and the judges and everyone on board right now. Now, we have the following things to please take note of. One, each presenter will have 12 minutes for their presentations, followed by a 3-minute question and answer with the judges. We will keep strict with timing, and once the time is up, we'll have to move forward. Please be concise, clear, and confident. Like we say, we are all here to probably explain the research we've been doing. That even if a 5-year-old is probably listening to us right now, he or she will be able to be like, oh, decipher what it is this whole research is about. So please be concise, clear, and you've got this. You don't need to be anxious. You are here. It is your stage. The stage belongs to you. And also, presenters should be ready to share their screen when it is their turn. I want to believe everybody knows in what order we are presenting. So fine, we know how Nigeria can be at times. So that shouldn't limit us, shouldn't be an excuse. So please, before it is your time, we need you guys to be prepared and to be able to share your screen. And at the 10-minute mark, I'll give a signal so you can wrap your talk, please. We know we said it is 12 minutes, then 3 minutes Q&A. But once it's 10 minutes, I'll try to let you guys know, like, it's time to kind of like try to round up. You are already towards the end of the whole thing. And also, please ensure your Zoom ID is set to your full name. That's very, very important, so that whosoever it is that's going to be here to vote and for the judges to decide, they need your full name. So please ensure your name is your full name. Keep your microphone muted when not speaking, and ensure your slides are ready to share when it is your turn. We can't reiterate this enough, so please adhere to that. Judges will evaluate based on content quality, organization, delivery, creativity, impact, and how well you respond during the Q&A. think this is going for the presenters. You'll be judged based off the content, your content quality, your organization, your creativity, the impact your research have, and how well you respond during the Q&A session. Now, for the judges, our judges, we know we are highly honored to have you guys here. We'd like you guys to use the grading rubric provided and submit scores via the Google form immediately after each presentation. Well, would like you guys to kind of like pile up. Trust me, I've been a judge myself, but then it can be all confusing when you try to pile up stuff. So immediately after each presentation, please let's try to use the rubric to judge each presenter so that we don't get everything muddled up in our head. And also for the attendees, like I said earlier, please keep your microphones muted throughout, since we know you are here to listen to us. So please, let's ensure to keep our mics muted all throughout. And also a note for everyone, to ensure fairness for the People's Choice Award, once the final presenter begins their presentation, we are not going to allow any new attendees to be admitted into the Zoom section. So please, if you are really, well, the People's Choice pool, like we've said before, it is all based off the voting. The people get to decide who they probably feel the most, whose vibe they are vibing to. So please, if you have your friends, your family, have them join now before the presentation starts. Because once the last presenter starts presenting, we won't allow anyone in to vote again. And like we said, this is going to be judged based on which presenter has the highest number of votes. That's the person will be walking away with the award of the People's Choice. So please, let's call whoever it is we want to call on to join the Zoom meeting while it is open now. After the last presenter presents, that will be the end of it. Now, as you prepare to present, I encourage you to speak with confidence. Like we said, this is your stage, you got it. It is not easy. You've been to the semi-final, and this is the final, you're a finalist. Trust me, you got this in you. Just keep calm. And also be as clear as possible and be passionate about what you're talking about. And also remember, the judges and audience are not only to evaluate, but also to learn from you. Like I said, make your presentation as if you are presenting to a 5-year-old and making your sure to be able to understand what you are saying. This is your stage. Take ownership of it and let your hard work and dedication shine through. Whether you are presenting a groundbreaking research or an innovation idea, know that your contribution matters in advancing inclusive sustainability. Just like what Professor Oo Adide said before, research is all about searching what have been searched before. We are not all expecting you to probably boom find out a new total new something, but at least it is something if you are filling in a little bit of gap in the research field. So please feel confident and own your work. Yeah. So I think we would like to, I want to assume everybody's clear with the rules and regulation, and I want to believe everybody will adhere by them. So we'd like to move on to the presentation, and I would like to call on each participant in the order which I know everybody knows. I want to believe everybody should know their order. And I would like each participant, once you are called, you should introduce yourself. Yeah, introduce yourself once you are in, and you can kickstart your thing. So right now, I'm going to be pleased to introduce our first presenter, who is Adeyemi Moyosorioluwa Daniela. She'll be presenting on implementing biobehaviorism-based health education program for community well-being in Nigeria. So Moyosorioluwa, are you here?
Yes, I am here. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. It's nice. This is nice to have you. So I think from now, the floor is yours. Take us away, please.
Good afternoon once again, everyone. My name is Adeyemi Moyosorioluwa Daniela, and I'll be sharing my screen now. Please, the sharing of screen is not on yet. Okay. All right. Thank you. My Once again, my name is Adeyemi Moyosore, and I am grateful for this opportunity. Like I said, my research is on behaviorism and public health. So sorry. So we have our introduction, our methodology, our results, our discussion, and our conclusion, and also our final statement. So we're going to move straight to why this research matters. When the local chief, with a small story, when the local chief spoke in the community's language, everyone showed up. But when we used English, only a few showed up. So this story is basically telling us how culture and improving in adapting culture to public health and behaviorism will help in the behavior change of people in the communities. So these are key problem statements, which is that only 3 in 10 Nigerian health programs change behavior long term. 250 plus ethnic groups make one-size-fits-all solutions ineffective. So this problem statement just shows the problems of the past behavioral programs that have been held in Nigerian communities, their success and their failures, and how lack of funding and cultural gaps has also delayed or stunted the success of these programs. So we move on to our research gap. Most studies target individual behavior, ignoring community and cultural context. There are no tested framework existing for behavioral models. Models to African, and then Nigerians' vast diversity makes it an ideal testing ground for scalable success. So what this is trying to say is that individual behavioral changes or methods might not work in Nigeria's or even African communities because of our diverse culture and diverse beliefs. So, and then we have our statistics here that over 200 Nigerians need a better improved health programs, 250 ethnic groups with different states with their unique languages and culture. All of these people are in need of a good health program that would help to improve their health behaviors. So our objectives are this: we want to find these programs that are being applied here in Nigeria, want to measure their effectiveness in improving community health. See that I mentioned community instead of individual because we're focusing on the communities, the villages, the small towns that need adequate health programs. And then we want to see how behavioral techniques fit each culture best. Like I said earlier, different ethnic groups have different cultures, what they believe in. So we want to see and know how each of these behavioral techniques will fit the culture. And we want to check how well programs include local cultural factors. So we're going to be checking the existing programs, how they have been able to incorporate the local cultural factors. And we expect that with these objectives and our aims, we expect to have a tested and practical guide for health workers to run effective health behavioral programs in Nigerian communities, which will also be adaptable for other African nations. Our research method will include a design that includes the cross-sectional study across Nigeria's 6 regions to get different perspectives. We're not going to be focusing on just one state or just a state. We're going to go as far as every region in Nigeria. Those are the 6 geopolitical zones. Are going to be sampling to ensure that we include all the cultural groups from north to the south. And to achieve this, we're going to be picking one state per geopolitical zone to carry out this sampling. And then we will also include community health programs that have been in existence for at least 6 months. How we will get data? We're going to use questionnaires. About 200 people will be from different areas, will answer questions about what they know about their health and their behavioral changes. Different people have different perspectives. If you ask Mr. A, how do you know how to wash your hand? It can be different from the answer that Mr. B will give on how he will wash his hand or how he's going to prepare his food or her food. We're going to be interviewing health workers too, because they are the one in the field. They have the best answers for us on how to run this program and what they think will work best in different cultures. And then we're going to be focusing on group discussions in local languages to hear what all of these communities really think, because we're focusing on the community, so we really need feedback from them before moving on to using all of these programs on them, so that they will feel safe and they will not feel like they are being under scrutiny or whatsoever. We're going to be analyzing all of these data with the SPSS software, and also we're going to be using Power BI. We're going to make sure that we get approvals from all of the participants to publish their responses or use their responses in our programs so that they will be protected. And we're going to put this under 18 months scrutiny with 6 months follow-up behavioral sustainability. We hope to find that traditional leaders will make a difference. Like I said here, programs working with traditional chiefs should get much higher participation than programs without traditional support. I keep hammering on the fact that we are looking into these communities and they put their tradition first before anything. So we have to involve their traditional leaders for the best results. And then we're going to make sure that the language will be our means of communication. We're not going to look for a foreign language that they are not used to try to teach them something. Because here we see that, as the people say that finally someone speaks our language. Imagine us going to an Hausa community and speaking Yoruba. They wouldn't really accept it as much as if we are speaking Hausa or Fulani to them. And we're going to make sure that we focus on community health programs rather than individual. And then we're going to make sure that all of these changes stick with our approaches, so that we'll make sure that these people actually adopt and accept these changes into their health life moving forward. We also hope to discover exactly why some health programs succeed while others fail in Nigerian communities. We expect a higher success rate, combining community backing and traditional authority. We want to make sure that all of this community-wide intervention would be more effective than training individuals. We are going to be testing in 6 states to confirm national applicability. And we're not only testing for Nigeria, because you know that Nigeria will be a good scale for other African countries. So we're moving to our discussion. Once implementation, partnership with traditional leaders expected to be the strongest success driver. Effectiveness, community-based programs outperform individual ones by fostering collectivity. Cultural context, local languages and customs increase acceptance. We also debunk health myths, because when we get to some of these communities, we hear a lot of myths that they have concerning their health. One which is very alarming is the concept of female genital mutilation. They believe that females should be circumcised so that when they give birth, the child wouldn't die if the head of the child gets in touch with the clitoris. All of this are myths that when we use all of these approaches, it will be able to be easily debunked so that they will have better understanding as regards to these different aspects. Social support system likely to succeed as Nigerians value family and community. So our expected implication, if this approach goes well, we expect to have one of the most detailed analysis of behavioral health programs in Nigeria. We want to show that culture really matters in any program design that relates to a country like Nigeria or a continent like Nigeria that have diverse cultures. We want to create a new practical guide for community-centered health education, and we want to change the thinking of one-size-fits-all approaches in diverse community. We hope to discover people to discover that culture is everything. We have to put culture in everything that we do. We have to put culture first, because as the definition of culture says, that culture is the way of life of the people. So we cannot just do some certain things without putting the people's culture into consideration. We want to see that this approach is tested and ready across Nigeria's 6 geopolitical zones, and that traditional structures and community efforts drive better outcome. We're going to contribute to the public health field a clear guideline
government support, regional impacts, and real-world solution. This solution is going to actually be useful for health workers and people that want to go into public health. The significance of this study is that it's going to fill major gap in African health education research. It's going to change a lot in African health education research, actually. Provides practical solutions for Nigeria's complex population. Nigeria and Africa as a whole. Africa has a lot of diverse cultures. This is going to create a practical solution for this continent, offer a scalable model for sub-Saharan Africa, demonstrate how to respect culture while improving health. And potential impacts in statistics here says that it could benefit 10 million lives directly, applicable in 54 African countries, and expected to achieve high success rates in behavior change. Our final statement says that this research can redefine health education in Africa. This study will demonstrate how evidence-based, cultural sensitive approach can transform health education, improving outcomes in Nigeria and Africa, while honoring local traditions and achieving measurable behavior change. And I would like to leave us with this quote that says that true health education begins when knowledge speaks the language of the people, inspired by the principles of community-centered education. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Thank you so much, Mayosare. That was really fantastic. Thank you so much. I like the fact that you were able to keep to your time, like you were rightly on time. Thank you so much, and well done. Yeah, well done. Kudos to you. Right now, I would like the judges, if we have questions, to raise their hands and they will be called upon. Please, the judges should raise their hand for the question section, please. I can say Semiu Folani Bello. Yeah, Dr. Semiu Folani Bello.
Yeah, thank you, Moyo. So I only have one question, and the question is, since you are considering Nigeria and you said you will consider the 6 geopolitical zone and you will be selecting one state per each geopolitical zone, how will you do that without being biased? How will you do that? How will you select one state per each geopolitical zone?
Moya, sorry.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for that question. So before we pick all of these states per geopolitical zone, we are going to be looking at the population in these states and their political representation. For the North, which we know that Kano has the most populated state, we wouldn't obviously pick a state like Sokoto or just over Kano. We know that we will get more resources or more results from Kano being the most populated or the states in the north with the largest political representation. I hope I've been able to answer your question, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So I got that you will do purposive sampling. Thank you.
Yeah. Moya, sorry, please, can you display your first slide? That's your title page. Can you please display that? And also for all other presenters, please, after your presentation, I would advise you guys to leave the first page, which is your title page, displayed, so as to enable our judges to know who they are judging and what to give. Please, your title page, leave it on screen on display. And do we have any other judges that have any other question from Moyosore? And also the judges, please, let's key in our scores right now. Please, let's do that. Thank you, Moyosore.
Sorry, can I ask the question, please?
Dr. Nelly O. Patete.
Patata.
Okay,
yes,
sorry,
good
Patata.
afternoon, everybody. My question is this. In your response to the previous question, you said you would rather pick a place like Kano over Sokoto due to population. but your research is centered more on traditions. I think in selecting your study areas or your locations, you should be looking at where you have stronger traditional ties, because there are certain places, I think I don't know much about the North, but I want to believe that the Sokoto Caliphate has much more power in the North than the Emirate of Kano. I don't know. But then there are certain places that I would call hotspots or hotbeds for tradition. Like in Yoruba land, I think Ile-Ife, which is seen as the traditional home of whatever. You cannot pick Lagos because Lagos has a higher population. People are more likely to listen to their overall general traditional head. So I think this should be taken into consideration in picking your study areas. Thank you.
All right, Ma. Thank you very much for that. Ma. Noted, Ma. Would use this idea instead of picking mainly on population. We will look into the traditional background as well. Thank you very much, Ma.
All right, thank you, Maria, sir. And I think that would be kind of like a wrap up.
Sorry, can I ask a question, please? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I'm here with you, Dr. Adebowale.
Yeah, okay. Adeyemi, that's a nice presentation. I just have a question here. Can you just give like three cultural behavioral changes that you have on your questionnaire?
Sorry, I didn't get that question.
Like, can you give like three example of how your questionnaire looks like? The questionnaire that you are sharing to the participant.
Like Moyo, sorry, on your questionnaire, can you just give us example of 3 questions that will be on your questionnaire? Do you have that right now?
All right, thank you very much, sir. Number 1, we would look into we can ask what the health problems in these villages or these communities are. For a place that have dirty water, we can ask that, oh, do you guys battle with cholera a lot or whatnot? And then number 2, we can ask that, what are the health programs that they would really appreciate that we should bring into their community? And then what's best language, or what is the best mode of communication that we can use to get through to a particular community? I hope that answers your question, sir.
Okay. Do you have any framework or theory that you are using, or is it a tested questionnaire, or you are just trying to generate one?
Yes, sir. I'm just trying to generate one.
Thank you so much for the question, Dr. Adebowale Oyemide, and thank you for a wonderful presentation. I think we've allowed 3 minutes Q&A. So I think we would like to move to the next presenter. Yeah, I would like to introduce Christiana Okonkwo from Auburn University, who will be presenting on Bridging Urban-Rural Gaps, a comparative study of inclusive sustainability in Nigeria's informal economy.
Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. I am trying to share my screen. Just give me a moment. I seem to always have, okay.
The other lady should remove her screen. I think she's still sharing.
Moya, sorry, can you please stop sharing so we can have the next presenter share, please? Thank you.
Sorry, hold on. Okay. Sorry, is it okay now? Is my screen okay now?
Yeah, and I can see your screen, but there's this thing hovering around there. I don't know if you can. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, please take us away.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christiana Okonkwo from Auburn University. This afternoon, I will be presenting on a study that is very much at the beginning phase. It's about a comparative study of inclusive sustainability in Nigerian informal economy, bridging urban-rural gaps. Basically, what I am trying to do is compare sustainability development practices in the rural area informal economy versus the urban counterparts. A bit of background. So when you look at the graph at the far end, that's a distribution that shows the distribution of informal economy within the urban and the rural area. You could see that the rural area is about 97.6%, and in the urban area, you have about 89.0%. In a nutshell, we have more informal economy in the rural area versus the urban area. So as far as sustainability goes, it's often obvious that a lot of sustainability practices are done mostly within the urban area. And this study is just to uncover that, how much of that gap exists and what could be the major drivers and influences to that gap. So looking at the background here, I just have like a little comparison story-wise. So if we look to the left, we would see Amina in a rural community, a tailor. This is just like the infrastructure she has. She probably just maybe in the night has like a candle and some basic tools. Probably is not even aware of what sustainability is or how a business can be enhanced with any sustainability tool. Then you could see Blessing in Lagos, thriving on possible solar machines, have access to microfinance, and is able to put that in her business, and you can see the distinct difference. So this gap is Nigeria's reality. Urban workers gain from sustainability tools, while you have all these millions of rural businesses being left behind. And so this study is about showing that divide, showing that gap, to what extent does that gap exist, and how can we bridge that gap and truly unlock an equitable future. So on the problem statement side of things, I kind of looked at it like from a broad view. What are the drivers of the sustainability? Like I mentioned, we have things like environmental awareness, resources, finance. And if this gap is existing, we can have things like low environmental awareness within the rural communities, resource gaps, and financial inclusion. If you look at the chart behind this, it just basically shows how much of the informal economy do not necessarily have access to some finances and some finance opportunities. And we only have 10% in comparison to the urban. We only have 10% of the informal economy having access to some level of finances. And then you have about 26% financially excluded. This study is going to show how much of this 10% is urban and rural. I can for a fact say a huge chunk of this 10% is in the urban informal economy, while you could see the rural area and that's 26%. So what would be the proposed solution? So if we focus on the three problems that I streamlined, on the low environmental awareness, we're not able to show that gap. Solutions such as community-based sustainability training programs can be done tailored to different rural contexts. So think things like market day workshops, radio program, NGO interventions, things around the SDG 11, just making people aware of sustainable cities and communities. On the resource gap side of things, we can have things like inclusive access to sustainability resources, think technology, digital tools that could really help people have access to sustainable practices. And you could also have incentives around public-private partnership to extend certain sustainable infrastructure to underserved areas. On the financial exclusion side of things, possible solutions would be access to microfinance, lending models like with low collaterals, and on the higher level, policies that will mandate rural access to sustainable finance products. Think about SDG 8, we are trying to promote decent work. What's the value proposition of this research? Like I said, you cannot solve a problem if you do not know to what extent this problem exists. Does it even exist? To what extent does it exist? And what is the overall impact of that gap on what the overall problem is? So on the first level is to provide unique insights directly tied to the gap between urban and rural informal economies. Then it can be scalable across the 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria. It can be done everywhere. I'm not doing it across the 6 geopolitical zones. I'm just focusing on key states, but then it can be scalable. On a high impact side of things, we provide the evidence, we provide the data, we provide the information that could lead to those policies. And then people could also look at that data and think like, we can come up with innovations that could actually solve this gap. So it would drive innovation and in overall promote equity and sustainable development. This is similar to what I just mentioned. The research objectives is more examining rural versus urban gap, identifying these barriers, and then uncover recommended inclusive business models and sustainable policies that can cater to these underserved areas. The proposed methodology. I'll be focusing on 3 states, Kaduna, Lagos, and Ogun. The target population will mostly be informal entrepreneurs. So think traders, artisans, small-scale producers, those sort of businesses. On the sampling method side of things, I'll be employing like a mixed method approach where you have the quantitative and the qualitative. The quantitative side will be stratified random sampling. Basically, we will be sampling in the groups, like the artisans, the small scale, like try to group these businesses. And on the qualitative side of things, we'll be focusing more on the drivers, the policymakers, the NGO representatives. Let's understand, why is this gap existing? Why are you not pushing for this set of people? On the sample size side of things, we're thinking of looking, I'm working on 300 respondents, 150 on the urban side, 150 on the rural side. And on the qualitative side, 20 to 25 participants across each of these buckets of drivers, like the sustainable drivers. What the research framework would be like, it's something exactly like this flow chart. So first we define the gap, literature review, we have a research design, like I mentioned, quantitative and qualitative. On the data analysis side, we'll do a comparative analysis, just a basic t-test, z-test, and all of that, just to know, that would help us gain an understanding as to metric-wise, what is the difference? What is the gap? To what percentage does this gap exist? And then we do the correlation and regression analysis where we say, okay, if there is a 50% gap, how is this 50% gap a contributing factor to sustainability adoption in these areas? Then on the qualitative side of things, we have thematic coding of interviews. I mean, it's going to be like an open-ended interview where we can gain more insights to inform recommendations. But again, it will be coded just so we have buckets of areas they are handling. Then on the results side of things, I expect to see results around gaps in how much the rural informal economies are aware of sustainability versus how much the urban informal economies are aware of sustainability. I expect to see gaps as to how much resources the urban informal economy has versus how much resources the rural informal economy have. I also expect to see how much access to finance the urban informal economy have versus how much access to finance the rural informal economy have. I'm looking at things above 70%. Again, the study is to see that and to uncover that. Expected findings, identification of disparities in sustainability awareness and access, context-specific insight. I mean, this is going to help with, like, if it becomes scalable, it would help with, like, specific to certain areas and certain rural areas, what solutions can be provided. Then in overall, which I feel like is one of the most important part of all these things, are the policies and the business model recommendations that can be made to bridge this gap. In conclusion, Nigeria's journey to true sustainability begins with identifying the gaps. Like I mentioned earlier, you really cannot solve a problem if you don't know to what extent that problem exists. Only when both urban and rural informal entrepreneurs are empowered to drive change can we build an inclusive future. Thank you. Questions, please.
Thank you so much, Christiana. That was a wonderful, inspiring presentation. Thank you so much. And you're right on time. Thank you. So we're going to open the ground for our judges to ask questions, please. Can we just have all hands raised? Then I would call the judges to be able to answer and ask their questions.
Yeah, thank you, Christina. Yeah, my question is, how are you going to analyze your qualitative and your qualitative data?
Christiana, are you there? And please, like I said before to all presenters, let your first slide to be what is being displayed after your presentation. And also try to remove yourself from the presenter mode so that we can see just to one slide. Right now I can see 2 slides. I don't know.
Do you want me to stop sharing or what?
No, continue sharing. Okay, yes, something like this is perfect. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, I don't know if it is only the I don't know if other people also are allowed to ask questions.
I think the judges can ask questions, please. Just the judges. We have 7 judges, and just the 7 judges are allowed to ask questions, please.
All right. Thank you, Ma.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Let me repeat myself again. I said, how are you going to analyze your qualitative data? Like, what's your plan for analyzing your qualitative data?
Okay, like I mentioned, the qualitative data are more like interviews. As much as they are open-ended, they will be coded. That's like the thematic coded. They will be coded and they'll be put in buckets. So for instance, the finance bits get as much detailed as to why you are not financing, let's say from the microfinance representative. So we have codes for that. And it gives us like, we can have maybe lack of access as a code, like different codes. And then we would, when we analyze it based on that codes, we can actually do something similar to what we'll be doing with the quantitative analysis, while we'll also have like the responses, the open-ended responses for recommendation purposes.
Okay.
I have Mr. Samuel Folani, please. You have a question for Christiana.
Thank you, Christiana. During the course of your presentation, I just want to clarify, at the point you said 2 states, and later you mentioned Kaduna, Ogun State, and Lagos. And are you considering 2 states or 3 states? And if yes, why those 3 states or 2 states? Thank you.
Oh, sorry, maybe you missed that. I actually said 3 states, or maybe I said 2 states, but actually 3 states. So Kaduna, Lagos, and Ogun. So Lagos is chosen because of the major urban activities that happen and most of the sustainability.
Sorry, Christiana, can you just go to the methodology so that I will be able to check again? Thank you.
Okay, is it in answer to this question or?
Yeah, just go to your methodology slide, please.
Okay. Are you talking about this?
Yes, you mentioned 2 states here. I could see like across 2 states in your survey. That's what I'm trying to clarify.
Okay, yeah. So Lagos is more of the urban, where most of the sustainability urban activities happen, and most of the sustainability information is centered around. Ogun is close to Lagos. So I'm trying to also look at proximity to where you have like the majority of this sustainability programs happening. Ogun is close to Lagos. Does the proximity of the rural economy to Lagos, does it impact the uptake of sustainability practices? That's some part of the research that will be highlighted. Then Kaduna is kind of far off in the north, which is far from where you have like major urban activities. How that same proximity compares to it. So in the northern area, there is like another aspect of that is also the fact that in the northern area, you have a lot of non-profit intervention happening. How is that also affecting sustainability awareness. And so these are little things that I'm trying to tackle. So I'm picking one far off from major urban area and one close, just to like tackle the proximity side of things.
Thank you.
I guess Mr. Soriola Moshood, your hand is still raised. Do you have a question for Christiana?
Yeah, also my first question will be, for the purpose of this audience, can you tell us what is an informal economy? And my second question is going to be related to what Mr. Semil asked you. If we are trying to, do a research on the 6 geopolitical zone, and you are taking, 2 Western states and just 1 northern state, do you think that is a representation of what you're trying to do your research on?
Okay, so answering the first question, informal economy, we're talking about small businesses. I didn't make example of traders, artisans. At the start of my presentation, I used 2 ideal example of informal economies, which is like tailors, smaller businesses, one in the urban and one in the rural. So those kinds of businesses are what you call informal economy, where they're just like smaller businesses and smaller scale businesses. That's the informal economy. And the second side of things, the research is it is not necessarily to talk about the research is not necessarily like focused on stratification by geopolitical zones per se. It's just trying to uncover that the people in the urban area, the smaller businesses in the urban area, probably have more access to information and tools in sustainability versus people in the rural area. So thinking about time and resources to be able to go around, I'm constrained in that. So if this is done across the states, one far state, one closer state, it can be done across all. So you can pick an urban informal economy in a state capital and a rural economy in the same state and do it across the 6 geopolitical zones just to get like a broader view. But this is just to show how that gap exists, not necessarily to what degree is it stratified across the different states. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah,
or the different geopolitical zones, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much, Christina, for the presentation. Thank you, and thanks to our judges also for the questions asked. So if we have no more questions, I guess Christina can just please stop sharing so that we can have the next presenter. And also the judges, please, as they are presenting, you're asking questions, kindly fill in your rubrics as we are moving. So I want to believe by now all the judges should have their rubrics filled for Moyo Sere and for Christiana. Because we're going to be moving to the 3rd presenter now. We have Eunice Okoro from the University of Ibadan. She's an undergraduate, and she'll be talking about oral health disparities among secondary school students with special need in Ibadan. Eunice, please, are you here? Eunice Okoro.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
I'm here.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome. I think you're the next presenter. Do you mind presenting your slide share? And please try to present not as a presenter, just use a slideshow.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, you can just click on that and it will be in slideshow. Thank you.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, please. So you can take it away right now. The floor is all yours.
Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my video is off. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine a community where we have 2 students, let's call the first one Ade. Ade is a 12-year-old. Ade is a 12-year-old JS3 student without any form of special needs, but he has incredibly busy parents. He leave for work by 6 a.m., come back by 9 p.m. On the other hand, we have Chika. She's a 13-year-old JS2 student with cerebral palsy and limb deformity. She was abandoned by her parents to a special needs home and now under the supervision of caregivers, who then is really at greater risk of developing poor oral health. Good afternoon, distinguished judges, fellow presenters, friends, and guests. My name is Eunice Okoro, and I'm a 600. I'll be taking you through my work titled Oral Health Disparities Among Students with Special Healthcare Needs in Ibadan, Nigeria. And this work is supported by the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, Nigeria, an Alliance for Oral Health Across Borders, United States of America. Here are my outline. Did you know
Eunice, are you there? Eunice, okay, I think she's having a network issue right now. Okay, it seems she got kicked out or something. Okay, while we are waiting for Eunice to get a network fixed, I would like to move on to the next presenter. So we have on our list here Fagade Uluwadamilola Gloria from the University of Ibadan, a postgraduate student who is going to be presenting on groundwater quality assessment in part of southwestern Nigeria. Welcome, Uluwadamilola. And can you just please make, yeah, thank you. Yeah, the floor is all yours, please.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. My name is Uluwadamilola Fagade. I'm presenting a part of an ongoing research work titled Groundwater Quality Assessment in parts of southwestern Nigeria. Oh, sorry. The introduction. This research work is crucial for understanding the challenges faced by coastal communities and how we can ensure sustainable water resources. Groundwater is recognized as a vital resource, especially in developing countries and like Nigeria, where it is often preferred for its availability and generally better quality. It plays a significant role in human supply and socioeconomic development. However, in coastal areas, there's a lot of pressure on groundwater, population growth, often driven by the desire for coastal access and resources, puts a heavy strain on freshwater resources and aquifers. And this trend is a global concern, as highlighted in the works of authors such as Ferguson and Glusson, Lee et al., and many others. My study focuses on the larger aquifers, and which is an area grappling with both saltwater intrusion and pathogen contamination. The vulnerability of these aquifers is worsened by seawater intrusion, human activities, and climate change. The study area is located in the coastal region of Ondo State, and it spans this latitude within the Dahomey Basin, and the region usually experiences two distinct seasons: a dry season from November to March, and a wet season from April to October, with a break in August. Previous researches by Martins and Bamishebi and Eledujene et al. Has confirmed the presence of saline water mixing and bacteriological contamination in this area. However, a detailed assessment of their source and their extent has not yet been undertaken. And this is the gap my research is aiming to fill. And so the aim is to contribute to the existing body of knowledge on groundwater contamination through a detailed analysis of the factors that influence the susceptibility of shallow aquifers in this area. And like I said earlier, it's an ongoing research work with major objectives. But for the purpose of this presentation, I'm going to be assessing. I have assessed the chemical and bacterial properties of the groundwater. I'm determining the source of the groundwater contamination and also comparing the contamination levels with international water quality standards, such as that of the WHO. The methodology employed in this study was systematic. First of all, beginning with the field work, where samples were collected and measured on-site parameters like the pH, temperature, and dissolved oxygen that make up the physicochemical parameters were measured. Also, there was a comprehensive laboratory work where advanced instruments like IC, AAS, and ICPOS were used to analyze the chemical composition. I also conducted some bacteriological studies. Also, the data was then interpreted using statistical software like the SPSS and visualized through plots like Piper diagrams and scatter plots. I also intend to use geochemical modeling with software like Frixie and Chem Diagnostics to further analyze the data. The results, moving on to the results, we found a clear pattern. We found a clear pattern in the physicochemical parameters that were analyzed, and which we will also understand in the next slides. But for this slide, from established total quality parameters like the TDS and the salinity hazard scale, we find that the maximum values of results showed medium to high, as well as fair to unacceptable values in the drinking waters. Also, for the chemical analysis, we saw that manganese and copper values surpassed WHO standards for drinking water in most of the samples, and this is a cause for concern, as numerous studies have linked manganese exposure in drinking water to adverse health effects. For instance, Wosaman et al. In Bangladesh found a negative correlation between manganese concentrations and intellectual function in study of 142 10-year-old children. Also, copper in coastal aquifers typically originates from the weathering of copper-bearing minerals and anthropogenic activities in the environment. While copper is an essential nutrient for humans, animals, and plants, it can pose serious health risk when it is found in elevated exposure. Also, for the total heterotrophic count, for the bacteriological analysis, the total heterotrophic count, the coliform, and the E. coli bacteria, they represent the total bacterial count in water naturally present in food, water, and soils, and intestine of warm-blooded animals. But they can pose serious health risks when they are found in infectious dose. Statistical analysis revealed distinct relationship between these bacterial contamination levels and distance from septic tanks. Also, a fair negative correlation was found between the total heterotrophic count and the distance from the septic tanks, and a stronger moderate correlation was found between the coliform levels and distance also. And this demonstrates that the coliform contamination would decline predictably with increasing separation from septic tanks. Also, for the principal component analysis that was done, it identified three sources for us. The PC1 high loadings of chromium and lead, and this points to industrial natural mineral influence on the samples. Also, the PC2 with iron and zinc, and this is suggesting a natural influence from local iron-rich geology within the area. And most importantly, we see the PC3, which was showing manganese and cadmium, and this strongly indicates that an anthropogenic source is the cause of the contamination in this area, and this is likely from improper waste disposal in the area. Also, we can see the EC map showing on the screen, and this particularly shows area of high conductivity, indicating mineral-rich and saline water. Also, we see for the bicarbonate, we see that it displayed distinct patterns also with coastal and densely populated zones showing high vulnerability. We also see clear health spots for high salinity in the map showing on the screen. And the variations in pH shows that the chemical environment helps us to understand the chemical environment of the groundwater.
And this is a crucial visual interpretation of the overall water quality in the region. Also, we also see that there's an interaction, water quality parameter interaction plot, and this is showing us that the ones up are the original plots. When it has been cleaned, and we can see down there that the EC map, the EC plot is showing areas of high conductivity and indicating mineral rich and saline water, and the bicarbonate is also displaying distinct patterns, with coastal and densely populated zones showing higher vulnerability. We also see clear spots for the high salinity. We also see the white kata at the low bicarbonate levels, also suggesting a different mix of different sources. And this is showing us a complex hydrochemical condition, which is confirming the influence of both natural and human activities on the water in the area. We also see that the electrical conductivity in the water parameter plot is also showing us that there is bicarbonate does not always rise with IEC, and this is suggesting that there are multiple sources of ions, including both natural and anthropogenic influences. Furthermore, we also see that the Piper and salinity plots allowed us to classify the water types and understand the dominant ions that play in this area. We also see that this is confirming the mixing processes between the fresh water and the saline water, helping us to pinpoint the extent of salinization in the water in this area. In summary, we can see that groundwater in this study area is vulnerable to contamination with both geogenic and anthropogenic influences. Around 8% of the samples showed fecal contamination, and several parameters exceeded the WHO standards. These findings raise concerns for public health and sustainable water supply. In the images shown, evidence to the findings: a well that has been left uncovered or yellow with multiple filters left in unhygienic states, as well as a floating toilet that is directly on the water body with a dump site sited just a few meters away, gives credence to our findings. Also, and to address these findings, to address what we have seen, we are suggesting that water treatment methods like chlorination or boiling should be encouraged, and regular groundwater monitoring should be established. We're also seeing that public education on sanitation and well care and waste management is also crucial. We are also saying that septic systems should be better maintained, and water management must be aligned with the SDGs for safe, accessible water. It's an ongoing work, and there's still a lot of work to be done. Future work will include isotope studies to trace saline mixing, the use of digital illumination and map data to better understand the groundwater flow, and also geochemical modeling to simulate nitrification under different land use and climate scenarios. Thank you for listening to my presentation. These are references for the work, and thank you for listening. Questions, please.
Thank you so much, Fagade Uluwadamilula. That was a nice presentation. Thank you so much. Yeah. I think I would like to add this over to our judges for the Q&A.
Yeah, nice presentation, Fagade. Yeah, my question is in your recommendations, you try to give some recommendations for the treatment of the water. But those recommendations can take away the heavy metals. So you talk about chlorination, boiling before drinking. That can't eradicate boiling water. You can take care of the pH, salinity. You can take care of the bacteria, but the heavy metal will still be there. So what do you think can do that? What kind of water treatment can take away the heavy metals?
Like I said earlier, while I was presenting, some of these heavy metals occur in natural doses in the water. We find them naturally occurring. They're naturally occurring, and so most of them cannot be done away with totally. It can't be done away with totally. But then to reduce that, there are other better treatment methods that could be done to the water to get rid of this the heavy metals in the water area, in the water in the area. Like other treatment methods, a lot of them that could be done, more advanced treatments. But these ones that I recommended are just for
what they could do basically. The other ones are cost intensive. It's not something that could be done on the household level. It's something that would require the government to come in and probably build water treatment plants, which is already in place there, but it's just that it is not being monitored and it is not being improved upon. But the other ones that could work on the heavy metals are not things that could be done on the household level. Some of these heavy metals, like I said, they occur naturally. They cannot be eradicated. It's just when they are there in very high doses that they become a problem. So they could be treated, but it is cost intensive to do that, and that will require the government to come into it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Damilola.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, your angle is.
Okay, I think I can say Tomoshood and has been raised. Please, can you clarify the question?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, is there a reason why you singled out Ondo for your data source?
No, I'm actually working from Lagos. I'm actually trying to do a coastal study from Lagos to some parts of the state to Ondo State. Like I said, it's an ongoing research work. This presentation is from the available data that I have for now. I'm going to be taking, these samples are from the dry season that I've already taken in Ondo State because of the availability of funds that I had at the time. I'm still going to be taking samples for the wet season very soon. I'm still going to be going to those other areas to get samples also. So it's just not Ondo State. It's a study across coastal areas, including some parts of Lagos and Ogun State. Lagos coastal area and some part of Ogun State.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Farouk, can you please go ahead with your question?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Damilola, for this wonderful presentation. I just have like some quick questions. Yeah, I think the earlier judge asked about seasonality because I'm curious to know how seasonality is going to affect the results. So, what season was this earlier research carried out in?
The dry season. This has samples from December of 2024.
Okay, so if you are
So
if
we
you had
can't
to
have,
be in,
okay.
if you had to be in the rainy season, what do you think? What do you anticipate the result might be, or how do you think it can affect the result?
Okay, we've not taken samples, like I said, it's still an ongoing study, but then from what I've, the little idea that I have, I know particularly for the bacterial level, there are some fecal content, there are some of the coliform that we couldn't see that didn't give us results when we sampled for it, especially the fecal content. We had very low samples, very low results for them. And the reason is because we sampled in the dry season. And in the dry season, the water table is quite low. And some of this fecal content, these bacteria, they thrive when there is activity of water. They thrive because of this anaerobic ozic interaction between bacteria and water. So I know, even though I won't say I'm sure, but I know by the time we go for the wet season samples, we'll be getting more results. We'll be getting better values for the bacterial level, and also for the water samples also, because of the water table that have become higher now, and there will have been a lot of evaporation, evapotranspiration, and the likes happening over there. And I'm sure there will be an interplay of the results we'll be getting by the time we are comparing them.
Okay, thank you. I also want to ask, fine, you did some parameter study, you tried to like check the pH. What other additional parameters could you feel like could enhance the studies? Because for groundwater, there are a lot of parameters that are always considered in trying to like make sure the groundwater is safe for people in the environment. What kind of additional parameters do you think would strengthen your study?
Yeah, like I mentioned, they're still going to be doing isotope studies, deuterium and hydrogen oxygen isotope, also nitrogen isotope. I'm still going to be doing nitrification studies also. What we'll be analyzing for nitrates. All of those are still going to come up. In fact, my samples are already in the lab, and I'll be using the nitrate strips that I got to check for the value of the nitrates and nitrites in the water sample. So additionally, isotope studies and nitrate studies.
Our advisor also
nitrate
with your
studies still need to
nitrate
come into
studies,
this.
you should also do like some pesticide studies because I think Ondo they do a lot of farming in that area. And also can you go to your discussion section, your graph with the pH and the bicarbonate? I'm trying to understand the relationship between the pH and the bicarbonate in your.
Is it here?
Yes, I think so.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes. So this is a scatter plot, I think. So what's the significance of the relationship between the pH and the bicarbonate?
Okay, like I said also, the pH checks for acidicity and basicity of the water, while the HT3 helps to balance the pH. So if the pH is low, it automatically tells us the water is acidic. If the bicarbonate is low, it's telling us something also. So the difference between this is for the bicarbonate,
No, I'm asking between the pH and the bicarbonate. Like the pH and the bicarbonate, like what is the correlation between the two of them to this result?
To these results. Okay, the bicarbonate is simply helping to balance the pH of the water. So the value of the bicarbonate we have tells on the pH of the water also. So for this result, we have a number of low pH, and I'm still trying to read up and see what is the cause of the low pH that we have. It's still a work in progress. This is something I'm studying about, but it's unusual for the pH to be quite low.
Okay, it's just I just feel like it's just that the higher the pH, the higher the bicarbonate in the groundwater. So like that's like the correlation. So if your bicarbonate is high, you expect the pH to also be high. Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick one to the judges, please. When we are asking questions, let's try to have our videos on. Mr. Emmanuel Nwaugo, can you please go ahead with your question?
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. It was a good one. I just have a simple question. The results you just presented, is it a one-time result or you tried so many times before you have the best?
I can't hear you, please. I can't. Please come again. Ask again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, my question is the results you presented, is it just a one-time off result or you did a lot of times before you were able to achieve this?
It's not just a one-time result. There are samples from two different parts. I took one in March of 2024, and I took another one in December of 2024.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I just have an additional question. So can you go to that slide that you have your the lead the result for the lead compared to WHO? Okay, I think it's okay. The marks that you have in your experiment is 0.002.
Yes.
Now the WHO standard is 0.1.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's good. Now the reason why I try to point this out is because lead is very poisonous and highly poisonous to especially to the nervous the brain system, and then it affect it make a behavioral change that we don't really take note in Africa like that, although when I see the result, when it says 0.02 to 0.1, I think we are still fine. So that's just why I try to look at it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks so much for the presentation. You really did a nice presentation, Madam Lola Agade. Thank you. I think we don't have any questions for you right now, so you can stop sharing. Eunice, are you back, please?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I want to assume you've put everything in place, the network. Are you ready to,
Yes.
are you
I'm
ready to give
sorry,
it a shot
I had a
again?
bit of network glitch, but I'm back now.
Yeah. So are you ready to give it a shot again?
Yes, I'll try again.
Okay, all right. The floor is all yours.
Come on, share, come on. Please, can you see my screen?
Well, nothing has been shared right now.
I'm coming. What about now?
Nothing. Okay, yes, we got you now.
Okay.
Mm.
All right. Imagine a community where we have 2 students. Let's call the first one Ade. Ade is a 12-year-old GSS3 student without any special needs. And he has busy parents who leave for work by 6 a.m., come back by 9 p.m. On the other hand, we have Chika. She's a 13-year-old GSS2 student with cerebral palsy and limb deformity. She was abandoned by her parents to a special needs home and now under the supervision of a caregiver, who then is really at greater risk of developing poor oral health. Good afternoon, distinguished judges, fellow presenters, and guests. My name is Eunice Okoro, and I'm a 600 level dental student at the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. In the next few minutes, I'll be taking you through my study titled Oral Health Disparities Among Students with Special Healthcare Needs in Ibadan, Nigeria. And this work is supported by the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, Nigeria, an alliance for oral health across borders, United States of America. Here is my outline. Did you know that about 1.3 billion people worldwide have been reported to be people living with special needs? And this translates to about 18% of world population, and that's about 15% of our own population. Studies that actually ascertain the prevalence of oral health diseases in this group of individuals. Thus, there's a knowledge gap in dental care research and policy, and my research is set to close part of that gap. What are special healthcare needs? Special healthcare needs refers to any mental, physical, developmental, emotional, behavioral, or any limiting impairment or chronic condition that requires special services or programs. It's ranged from conditions like hearing and visual impairments, physical and intellectual disabilities, chronic illnesses. Oral health is vital for overall health and well-being. Yes, when we talk about healthcare, this is often the least talked about in health systems. And why is this so? These individuals, this group of individuals, they have a treatment at a later time, putting them at increased risk of developing poor oral health. What did we set out to do? Our aim was to assess the baseline oral health status of students with special needs and compare with students without any special needs to see if there's a link between special needs and oral health. Our specific objective was to assess the knowledge, practices, and oral health status to provide tailored oral health education on prevention. So you can see that our work is not just only comparative, it's to refer affected students to appropriate facilities. What did we do? Of course, the comparative cross-sectional study. Ethical approval was gotten from Institute for Medical Research and Training, University of Ibadan, and our study site was at a secondary school in Ibadan, Southwest Nigeria. It had a population of about 300 students spanning JSS1 to SS3. But for our study, we used 100 students, which were from JSS1 to SS3, and they were aged 11 to 26 years. Some of the special needs conditions we found in this school was Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, hearing impairment, etc. And the most 26%. Of course, we used a non-probability sampling technique, a mixed non-probability sampling technique, because it involved both convenient sampling and purposive sampling. Convenient sampling because that was the school we had access to, and we didn't have more than that number of individuals with special needs in that facility. And And on the other hand, purposely, because we're intentional about picking those with special needs and those without special needs. And of course, this is a unique school because those with special needs were like boarders, they had a boarding system, so they're under the care of caregivers. Those without special needs, they come from their various homes with different family routines. How collected using a structured questionnaire that had 3 sections. The first section was for demographic, section was filled by the clinician who examined the oral cavity with a mouth mirror and a spatula. Of course, the data was double entered and was analyzing the IBM statistical package for the social sciences version 26.0 and statistical significance to see if there's an association between special needs and oral health was determined using the chi-square test at a p-value less than 0.05. This is a summary of everything I just said. And the picture to the right of your screen shows me collecting data from these students. You can see those with special needs and those without special needs. Sure. What did you get? This multiple values in both groups. The darker special needs and the light those without special. We had different conditions. The table is a summary of the graph. These are the most prevalent conditions, clause and plaque. Clause and plaque had above 50%, but was more prevalent in our control group, which were those without any special health condition. And it has 68%, 62% in our test group. Other conditions that were prevalent were halitosis and gum bleeding in this group of individuals. And they had higher value than the ones that
Oh, did we lose Eunice again? And it seems okay. Yeah. Thank you, Eunice, for the presentation. That was inspiring and very fast. Hello, Eunice? Okay, I don't know if it's from my end. Can you hear me? You are muted, Eunice. Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, good. Yeah, that was quite an inspiring presentation.
Can you see my screen, please?
Right now, your screen is not displaying, so I was wondering.
I think our network tripped off. Moderator, I think our network tripped off.
Okay. Can you please reconnect again?
Yes, I'm trying to. Yes. What about now?
No, your screen is not showing right now. Just calm down and just try to just click things. Yes.
You can see now. You can see now.
Well, the screen is kind of like trying to show your sharing screen, but right now we're not seeing your slides.
Can you see it now?
Yes, you just need to just click on the slide so that we can see the slides. Yes.
I don't know why that
Yes,
is.
don't worry. We have that now.
You can see now?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So we drew the normal. Yeah, so the results we got, when I get the oral health score in the entire population, and we drew a normal distribution curve, we had 5 parameters which we used to assess them, and we gave each a score of 2, a maximum score of 2, if done well, 1 if done but not optimally, and 0 if not done at all. And we had 78% of the population having above the threshold of 5. We had 8% having the threshold value of 5, and we had 13% having below 5. Of course, we had a mean score of 6.73. So this shows that 0 to 4, we gave it 4, 5 to 7, we gave it fair, and 8 to 10, we gave it good. So this shows that majority of people in this sample, they had fair to good oral health score. But that did translate because we went ahead to do an individual, a group assessment, which was done based on what the clinician found in their mouth. And we did it for each group. And we found out that 60% of those with special needs had good oral health and 40% had poor oral health. But for the group, which is our control group, those with special needs, we found out that 44% had good oral health, which is quite lower than our control group, and 56% had poor oral health. Contrary to previous non-comparative studies, we found out that students with special needs also had poorer oral health in this population. So oral hygiene practices, which we got, did not match the clinical outcome. Of course, we saw on the normal distribution curve that about 80% of them had a good oral health score, but in doing our own assessment, we found out that for just about 55% of the entire population that fell into the category of good oral health. And of course, we went ahead to do a Chi-score test to see the association between special needs and oral health, and we got a p-value that was greater than 0.05. Thus, we favored the null hypothesis that states that there's no link between special needs and poor oral health and oral health. This implies that students with special needs who lack caregivers.
Oh God, it seems we lost that again. Oh. I think the network is really not on your side for today. Eunice, are you there?
Moderator, please, could you just exempt her from using the video since our network is not good? That will allow her to have a nice presentation with us. Thank you.
Okay.
Eunice, since we are here at the results side, and it seems the network
I'm at the discussion part, actually.
Yes, can you just please try to just go ahead, even if the network tends to fluctuate.
So this takes me back to my opening story that says that Chika has special needs, but she's under caregiver supervision, and so she's not at risk of developing poor oral health because she has close monitoring compared to Ade, who is normal. He has no special condition, but he doesn't have parents who cares and tends to his needs. Please, can you move forward? Forward, please. So in conclusion, my study has provided a baseline for future comparative research in Nigeria, and it has also highlighted active caregiver involvement, which tends to play a protective role in the oral health and hygiene practices of those with special needs. Also, policy should be made to educate and empower caregivers in our community because they play a key role in the oral health of everyone. Please move. Can you move forward, please? As for the limitations we faced in our study were non-consent of these participants, we also had limited funding and, of course, language barriers, as some of them could not understand the languages we were speaking. I would like to appreciate my project supervisors, Dr. Fernando and Dr. Steele, both of Alliance for Oral Health Across Borders USA, Dr. Femi Akiloso, President of the Medical Women Association of Nigeria, Oyo State Chapter, my project team, Eunice and Victor, and also community partners like the school, the students, and caregivers. Here are my references. And thank you, my esteemed audience, for listening. I'm sorry for the network glitch. I'm not sure what happened this afternoon, but I'm done. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Eunice, for such a wonderful presentation. Well, I guess, okay, maybe for me, I would probably argue that a student without a need would probably have a much better health as compared to what was found out. So that's quite a very, very good result and an astounding experiment. So we have our judges. Mr. Semu, please, what's your question? Can you go ahead, please?
Thank you, Eunice. So my question is, we know we have different special needs people. So which area did you consider? Is it all special need, or you selected some special need people based on their situation? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir, for that question. So this particular facility, they had a mix of different students. Like I mentioned, we had Down syndrome, we had cerebral palsy, we had those with limb paralysis, limb deformity, we had ADHD, autism, visual impairment. It's a mix of people, and they were all 50 in numbers. So we considered all of them generally. But going forward, we might want to niche it down to maybe a particular condition.
Thank you, Eunice. I really appreciate that. And also, I appreciate your acknowledgement. That shows your understanding of research. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, do we have any judges have any question for Eunice? So while we wait for that, we expect the judges should please make use of the rubric in entering their skills
I
as we're
have a
going along.
question, I think. So, I would just like to know, like, in the future,
Can we see
school.
your video? I'm sorry to interrupt you, please. Please, can we see your video? Can the video be
Yeah,
on, please?
trying to turn it on.
Sorry.
Sorry. Give me a sec. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, I'm trying to know in the scope of like further research, like how does this research, address the like broader oral system health in disparities in Nigeria? Like, how will this influence the policy already? Maybe there's a policy already, in the government, or it's going to like bring about a new policy.
Yes, thank you, sir, for that question. So in doing my literature review, I found that there's no comparative study done in Nigeria. The studies we have are just focused on special needs, but mine is a comparative study, and this has highlighted that for this particular facility, even though they have special needs, because previous studies have reported that, oh, those with special needs are at risk of poorer health. But my study has shown that if these people are closely monitored, they would not be at that risk, or the risk would be reduced. So that's the highlight or the novelty of my own research. And we are saying policy should be made to educate and empower caregivers to actually take care of those with special needs. So it's informing Nigeria as a whole. And
Okay. So I'm asking, is there any policy that would arise? Like, would it influence any policy if there's a policy already, or it will bring about a new policy?
it will bring about a new policy, sir.
Okay, because there is no policy that
Yes, sir.
addresses this. Okay. Thank you so much.
Those muted. Thank you so much, Ms. Eunice, for the wonderful, inspiring presentation. Well done. If you have any judges with any question, I think we would like to move to the next presenter. And the next presenter on our list is Gabriel David Peter from the University of Ibadan, an undergraduate, who would be presenting on experimental investigation of solar adsorption refrigeration system using activated charcoal methanol as a working pair. Okay, I can see he's right here. Do you mind sharing your screen and taking it away?
Please confirm you can see my screen.
Yes, I can see ChatGPT right now, and there it is.
Nope. Come, let me stop sharing and share again.
Yeah, actually, I was able to see your screen. I think I was able to see your screen. Yes.
Okay. All right. Please confirm you can see my screen now.
Yes, please.
All right. So thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Peter Gabriel David, and I'm a 500 level mechanical engineering student of the University of Ibadan. And today I'll be presenting my innovative idea on experimental investigation of solar adsorption refrigeration system using activated charcoal and methanol as the working pair. Please ride with me. Now, why does this innovation matter? Why this innovation? Now, in sub-Saharan Africa, more than 40% of vaccines spoil before reaching the patient because health centers lack reliable refrigeration. Now, what is the problem statement? Despite abundant sunlight in rural communities in Nigeria, rural communities in Nigeria still depend on costly electricity-driven or solar power and diesel-powered refrigeration, while
I'm coming. I'm trying to take off something from my screen. While, sorry, I'm trying to take off something from my screen. It's interrupting me. Okay, thank you. So now, as I said, despite abundant sunlight, rural communities in Nigeria still depend on costly electricity-driven or diesel-powered refrigeration, which is either unavailable, unsustainable, or polluting. Now, very few practical solutions harness solar adsorption system using locally available materials like activated charcoal and methanol. Now, what is the objective behind my innovative idea? One, it is to design, to fabricate, and to test a solar-powered adsorption refrigeration system using activated charcoal methanol as the working pair. Two, to provide an eco-friendly, low-cost and electricity-independent cooling solution for off-grid and rural communities. Three, to demonstrate the feasibility of renewable energy-driven refrigeration for food preservation, for healthcare, and for household application. Now, what is the proposed solution and what is the core idea behind it? Now, to develop a solar-powered adsorption refrigeration system that replaces electricity-driven compressor with a thermally activated circle. Now, it uses a low-cost porous material, which is the activated charcoal, as the adsorbent, and then methanol acts as the refrigerant due to its strong adsorption properties and its low boiling point. Now, how does this system work? After this slide, I will show you the conceptual and the 3D design of my system. Well, take you through how it works. Now, we have the solar heating stage, which is the adsorption and the desorption stage. Now, first of all, the sunlight hits the adsorption bed, which contains the activated charcoal. Then the heat drives out methanol vapor. That is where the desorption phase comes in, which is released into the system. Now, after the solar heating phase, we have the condensation phase. Now, the condensation state, the methanol vapor moves to the condenser, where it cools and condenses into liquid methanol. Now, the vapor moves from the solar bed to the condenser, where it turns into liquid. Now, this liquid is now stored until the cooling phase begins. Now, where is this this liquid stored? It is stored in the evaporator. Now, at night or during cooling demand, the pressure in the system drops. The stored methanol evaporates in the evaporator because now the methanol is a liquid in the evaporator. So as it absorbs heat from what you are cooling, let's say your vaccine, your foodstuffs, or whatever it is you are cooling, the methanol absorbs heat and it begins to evaporate. And then it goes back to the adsorption bed. Now, this is the adsorption phase, circle reset. Now, the activated carbon reabsorbs the methanol vapor as the system cools down. That is, as it is cooling the cooling compartment, the methanol turns into vapor and goes into the adsorption bed. Then the cycle restarts again when the next solar heating occurs. Now, as an engineering student, we convey our ideas or our innovation with design and with structures and with diagram. And this model is done with SolidWorks. SolidWorks is an engineering software we use for designing. And now this is the conceptual design. This is the solar bed that is directly facing the sunlight, inclined at an angle. We use pyrometer to measure the incident ray. Now, this is the cooling compartment, or we call it the vaccine carrier. And this coiled tube here is a copper tube that serves as the condenser. The evaporator is just below the cooling compartment, and this system is well insulated so as to prevent heat loss or heat gain of any kind. Now, this is the conceptual design. We have here on my left-hand side the wired frame view. That's to show you the interior, everything, how it works, the pressure gauge at one end, the valve for controlling the movement of the methanol. And also we have a section view of the cooling compartment. Now, the coiled tube below that liquid line is our evaporator. And the purpose of that water in between the evaporator and the cooling compartment is to ensure even distribution of cooling in the system, right? So now as it absorbs heat, the water absorbs heat from the methanol, absorbs heat from the water, and in turn it cools the cooling compartment while the vaporized methanol goes back to the adsorption bed. Now, as I said, as an engineering student or as an engineer to be in the making, we convey our message through design, through simulations and like. So I went ahead to write a MATLAB code to test the performance of this system. Now, for a refrigeration, we use coefficient of performance, the COP, to evaluate the effectiveness and efficiency or performance of a refrigeration. And we can see from this graph on my right-hand side, the blue line represents the coefficient of performance, that is the efficiency or effectiveness of the system. And the red line or orange line represents the cooling capacity. So now we are plotting COP against the generator temperature and the cooling capacity. And we could see that as the generator temperature increases, the coefficient of performance of this system also increases. So does the cooling capacity, right? So this tells us that this is a very feasible and, how will I put it, a realistic system. Yes, this data shows us that this is a realistic system. And this dotted plot is just to convey the same message as the graph, as we can see here. Then I went for that, the cooling duration. For how long can this system cool your substance? Let's assume the sun did not come out today in its brightness. For how long can this system withhold or maintain a certain temperature? I also went ahead to write the code for it using MATLAB also. And we can see that during cooling duration increases with generator temperature, that it is possible for this cooling compartment to maintain the temperature even without sunlight for up to like close to 20 hours without sunlight. So even when there is rain, the system is still working, it is still serving its purpose. And something you should take note of is that the vaccine carrier, that's the cooling compartment, is actually detachable. It is not fixed to the system. So it is also a well-insulated system. So it prevents heat loss of any kind. Now, what happens when we are able to further improve the insulation? When we improve the insulation, which is the graph beneath, you could see the three line. The yellow line shows when there are quite a number of heat loss, it gives poor poor performance. And then when it is well insulated, because it is not possible to actually isolate a system, right? But then we can minimize the amount of heat loss to the barest minimum, and then we can even get over 20 hours of cooling capacity, right? And that is what I've been able to decode from the graph and explain that, okay, this system is a feasible system and practical system. Now, this system, actually, this innovation supports 4 SDGs. One, we have the affordable and clean energy. It does not use it normal compressor that causes pollution. It does not use the normal refrigerant, which is the R314A, right? Which is actually harmful to the human body. And also good health and well-being, because if we are able to preserve our food very well, preserve vaccines in such a way that it gets to rural communities of great areas without spoiling, definitely it can be administered to the patient, and it will promote good health and well-being. Also, it also fosters industry, innovation, and infrastructure. And the goal is to build resilient infrastructure to promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and also to foster collaboration, yet foster innovation also. And climate action, it supports climate action in that it does not in any way release any harmful substance to the environment. It is eco-friendly, as we can see. Now, this is a Gantt chart showing the feasibility project implementation timeline. Currently, I'm in the fabrication stage of this project, also writing my research paper on it, because definitely I plan on publishing this paper in an engineering journal. Now, before the end of this month, I should be done with the fabrication and then subject it to multiple testing, just as we've seen before. And what are the expected outcome? The cooling performance between 5 to 10 degrees Celsius storage temperature, which is enough to preserve anything, whether foodstuff, whether vaccine, and with a coefficient of performance of 0.2 to 0.4, which is the all-time high of this particular system. Now, cost saving, low-cost materials, the materials are locally sourced. Now, zero electricity bills. The total budget cap of this project is about 250,000 naira, including the workmanship of the person that will fabricate it. Now, health and social impact. It reduces food spoilage, as I said earlier. Reliable vaccine storage in rural areas. Yes, it stores vaccine. You don't have to, like, it helps in saving vaccines beyond, it does not allow it to spoil, and it can be administered to patients when needed or when the need arises. Now, environmental benefit. As I said, it is clean, it is renewable, it is emission-free regeneration. Once you charge in your methanol at the beginning stage, it continues to work in a circle like that, like that, like that, until you are tired of using the system. So you don't say you want to take out the methanol and charge it on that. No, just the first time you charge it into the system, it continues to work and work and work. So this is trying to achieve a perpetual motion machine. That is, it works consistently non-stop, right? So now this is the complete setup. This is the 3D model achieved using SolidWorks. This is the collection bed, this is the condenser, this is the cooling compartment, and this is the tire for easy movement. Now, conclusion and call to action. The solar absorption refrigeration system offers a sustainable, low-cost solution for cooling. With further refinement, it can have a significant impact on food security, healthcare, and the adoption of clean energy in underserved regions. Now, what is the next step or next call of action, call to action? Now, we seek collaboration, funding, and a pilot testing opportunity to optimize and deploy this innovation at the community scale. Who am I? As earlier introduced, I'm a first-class mechanical engineering student at the University of Ibadan, and I'm passionate about thermal fluid science and renewable energy. I'm proficient in SolidWorks and MATLAB. I currently serve as the academic director of the Deeper Life Campus Fellowship and combine technical expertise with leadership to drive sustainable engineering solutions to real-world challenges. I enjoy mentoring first-year students, research, writing, and public speaking. I hope to pursue a master's degree in engineering and sustainability after my undergraduate studies and afterward a PhD. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, David. That's quite inspiring and a lot of engineering wiring going on in there. Yeah, that's quite a lot. Well done. That's nice. I can see Mr. Emmanuel, your hand is raised. Can you please go ahead?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes,
Can
I
you
can
hear
hear you.
me? Okay, thank you so very much, Giseb,
Yes, I
for this
can.
presentation. It's it's pure engineering here, I can see, honestly, and it's a very good work you have done, or you are doing actually. One question I want to ask is, I was thinking I would see a comparison between your work or your proposed research work and other existing, or the one that are already existing right now, other systems that are already existing. That's one. Secondly, I was also thinking if I would see maybe demerit because yeah, it's an engineering research project, and I believe it's not like 100% good pure. So what are the demerits? What are the setbacks? I mean, what are the disadvantages I can
All
say
right.
in this your system?
Okay. First of all, talking about the comparison, I would say that comparing it with the normal refrigeration that we have, right? This, though it is not as efficient as that one, but then it is sustainable, right? In the sense that it, how will I put it now? It helps in preserving substance with low cost, entirely low cost, right? And off-grid area. Currently in Nigeria, we have tariff issues, power issues with the power grid rising and falling. So this is actually an innovative solution to that. And also for the demerit, definitely anything that has an advantage, you definitely have a disadvantage or a shortcoming, if I will say. I think one of the what's the name, the disadvantage or the shortcoming I see is in the what's the name, cost of material, which is significantly affected by Nigeria economy. Naturally, these materials are readily available, but because of the bad policy in Nigeria, the government incentive not really taking, how will I put it now? They are not really into that area, like they don't really care. So that is why there is high cost of these local materials that are readily available. But then, as I said, we can actually size it. It depends on the size you want to make, which will determine the cost of the material, right? So for the one I'm currently fabricating, for the frame alone, the material cost about 35,000 naira, which is relatively low, right? Which is relatively low. Then if you want to scale it up, then that is when the cost will be significant, and then we begin to look for ways to go about it, or probably write, how will I put it now, a proposal for investment, for government incentive, which are supposed to be available in a country like the working country. All these are supposed to be readily available or should be in place, right? Where they are, where ideas are being funded and the likes. Thank you. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Yeah, based on your response, thank you very much for the question, response. Based on that, I saw in your presentation that the targeted application area is mostly in rural area. And
Yes.
after everything, I mean, the adoption and all, it can last up to, you wrote 10 hours, but you mentioned 20 hours. It can stay up to 20 hours.
Yes.
But area, I don't know if you're targeting Nigeria, Africa, or outside
Yes.
Africa, you know,
No, it is actually
because now,
stated in, okay, go, sir, sorry.
yeah, okay, because I mean, if it's in Nigeria or most of the African countries, we have the challenge of electricity,
Yes.
sunlight and all. So in the case, it's say 20 hours, I think is not enough. I mean, what do you think?
Okay, as I said, right, the part of from the graph that you can see that it can last close to 20 hours, right? In the sense that if at all, which is not which is not possible for sun not to come out in a day, right? So whether there's sunlight or not, it is actually working, right? So now if at all it rains throughout the whole day, like no matter how bad it wants to be, your stuff will still be preserved. That is what I am saying, right? So you can use it at any point in time, you have access to your cool stuff well preserved. So that is exactly, and as I stated in my what's the name presentation slide, it what's the name? I'm targeting Nigeria, strictly Nigeria.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Suriola, you can go ahead, please, Mr. Mashud.
So my question is going to be, would your response still be the same if the scalability is different? Talk about like larger application in terms of like cold storage, or like, large air conditioning. Do you still think you can attain these 20 hours, or, what was your, baseline?
Yes. All right, sir. Yes, if we scale it up and we follow the same standard as we set down, definitely we will still achieve the same cooling storage time. In the sense that now, when we are scaling it up, we are increasing the number of tons of the evaporator, which is actually what causes the cooling, which is in direct contact with the cooling compartment. Right? Let me move my slide. Okay, from here, if you see beneath this guy, so if we are scaling it up, definitely we are increasing the number of tons. And if we are increasing the number of tons, that means we'll still be able to get the same cooling duration of the scaled system.
Thank you. Nice work.
Yes,
Mr. Farouk.
Okay.
You can go ahead.
Thank you so much, Gabriel. I have like a few questions. Oh, sorry, let me put on my video. Sorry. Okay. Cool. So, I'm concerned about the methanol in this
yes
innovation, and from my little knowledge, I know methanol. It's a CNS depressant, and its toxicity can lead to a lot of things, and can cause potential health damage, even as permanent blindness. So, how do you intend to manage methanol leakage risks, and how is that put in place in your study? So,
all right, sir.
should I go with the questions, or you take them one after the other?
Okay, you can go ahead with your question.
Okay, so again, the other question is, do you see your prototype? Was it performed like computationally, or there was an actual field? You'd actually done a field, like, built the prototype. Was it a simulation, or like it's the real prototype? And also, your claim is that it's going to be a low cost solution. So I want to see, or I want to know. I mean, you may not show it for us here in the slide. You have like a cost breakdown compared to having a solar panel in your house to power your refrigerator, or having like another kind of like, even movable refrigerators. Like, do you have a cost breakdown how your materials go side by side with the conventional ones, or the available ones we have?
All right, sir. To answer your first question as regards the application or the handling of methanol, yes, I know the risks that comes with handling of methanol, and that is why the charging in of methanol into the system is going to be handled by an expert, right? And it is not what the end user will do. the end user does not have any business with the methanol or with the handling of the methanol. And as I said, this system is actually a vacuum system in the sense that we try to avoid leakages of any kind. And that is the reason why I am using copper tubings as my condenser, and the same copper tubings runs to the evaporator side. So that copper now, what does it do? It helps to prevent welded joints that has the potential of causing leakage, which in turn could cause harm to to whoever will be using this system. And also, the quantity of methanol we'll be using is relatively small. The goal of the project is, or the
How
goal
much
of
is the
the quantity of
quantity?
just less than 10 ml of methanol is what we'll be using. And we have a pressurized pump, a vacuum pump that we use in charging in this methanol into the into the system. And also, this is not just a simulation or a computational innovation. I'm actually fabricating this project. So we have like a prototype ready, a prototype that we actually fabricated and then use. And also I have the
I mean, sorry for cutting you. I think
the
it would have been better
yes,
like if the picture of the prototype, I mean, it will be more beneficial because if we see the prototype, then we know that because all the graphics here, they quite look like they built computationally or using softwares to build them.
yeah,
So
build SolidWorks. Yes, as I said, this project is still ongoing though. It is ongoing. I'm currently in the fabrication stage, right? So, and immediately after the fabrication stage, then we are able to like bring it. It is not yet in the University of Ibadan. It is still in the technicians workshop, and I'm currently in the University of Ibadan. So I didn't actually think much about bringing a picture to show. And also, I'm sorry, please, your third question.
yeah, there is the cost breakdown per unit of
Yeah, the
the.
cost breakdown. Yes, as I said, the cost breakdown. I actually have what's the name, a budget for the what's the name for the project, right? But due to what's the name, the cost of it, I had to like scale it down a bit, scale down the prototype, which affected the budget. Take it for example, I was supposed to use the solar bed of about 1 meter, but then after hearing the price, I had to actually scale it down by half. That was how I was able to like get the material for the frame of about 35,000 naira. So I'll have to go over again and redo another cost analysis of the scaled down version of this particular design.
Yeah, for further, if you want to present it like in other conference, I would like encourage you to like do like a cost analysis. People are always interested when there's an innovation to see the cost analysis compared with other versions, see how yours is like is more better in that you've done the analysis of the performance. That is good. I mean, cost wise, so that you can be able to like validate your claim. So one quickly last question. Is this your cycle? Is he a regenerational cycle? Is he a one pot cycle or is regenerational?
It continues from the solar bed to the condenser to the evaporator, from the evaporator back to the solar bed. If you see, let me show you a diagram. Yeah, if you see this copper tubings from here, it runs from the condenser down to the evaporator, from the evaporator back to the solar bed. So it continues like that in a circle. That's why I said we are trying to like achieve a perpetual motion machine where it continues non-stop.
So 10 mils of methanol is going to do how many cycles?
It continues like that. It's like now the methanol is not evaporating. How will I put it now? It is not
Okay.
being thrown away. Yes, as it is
Okay.
evaporating, it is condensing. As it evaporates, it is condensing. So it continues like that
For how long?
for as long as the system is still functioning.
There is no exact like duration that the methanol is going to get exhausted at a particular point.
No, not at all. Not
You
at
think
all.
you
Not
think
at all.
that is feasible? That the
Yeah,
methanol
yes, it is
will not get
definitely.
exhausted?
Yeah.
It will only get exhausted if there's a leaking part. In as much as there's no leaking part, then there's no way for the methanol to escape.
Sorry,
Okay.
can I?
Thank you so much, Gabriel.
Yeah,
You're welcome, sir.
Gabriel, this is a nice presentation. I just
Thank
want
you,
to
sir.
keep you some question here. Yeah, can you explain the effect of the charcoal in this system?
Yes, thank you very much, sir. I probably must have omitted it in my presentation. Now, the function of the charcoal is to serve as the adsorbent, right? The charcoal, when we pour it into, let me show you this. Now, the charcoal is contained inside these cylinders, right? And when you put the charcoal inside, not powdered charcoal this time, granular form, that's 2.5 ml size of the charcoal, right? So now the charcoal has, like, how will I put it, a crack, a pore space, and the function of those pore space is to absorb the methanol vapor on the surfaces of the methanol, of the activated charcoal rather, so that when the sun hits the activated charcoal, which is carried on the solar bed, it gain heat and then it moves, it is being pressured down to the condenser. So the activated charcoal serve as the adsorbent.
Okay, Gabriel, let me add to this.
Yes,
in this system, there's what we call continuous production of methanol. The small methanol you put inside cannot sustain the system. The system produces methanol while you use CO2 from the charcoal. And I don't know where the hydrogen is coming from, but there's a continuous
CO2
charcoal through the system. That was make the system occur continuously. That 10 ml, because the function of the methanol is for the cooling system, the evaporation of methanol result into the cooling in the other side. That's how the refrigerator can be cooled. Do you understand? That means that there's no how there will be a loss of a methanol unless there's a continuous synthesis of methanol in that system. And that's what I think the charcoal is doing. We can get CO2 from the charcoal, so we need hydrogen. I don't know where the system of hydrogen is coming from. Maybe from the methanol that is evaporating, that is adding to it. And via the heat energy is coming from the sunlight. There's a continuous synthesis of methanol in that system that will keep the system running. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes, I get what you're trying to say.
Maybe
I get what you're trying to say.
Yeah, I just maybe you didn't get this. When the other judge asked that question, that will you continue to be putting ethanol into the system? He said no. That means that only from the manufacturing point, the ethanol coming in, then the system will continue working like that. That means that in that system, there must be a continued generation of ethanol. There must be a synthesis of methanol that will be resulting in continuous working of the system. You understand? That's why I said that's why I asked the question, that was the function of the charcoal in that system. If you have charcoal, that's continuous production of CO2 for you. Then for the hydrogen, I don't know where the hydrogen will come from, that will give us a methanol that will continue recycling in the system. But this is a nice work.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir, to actually say something to what you just said now, because after charging in actually appreciate your input. It's actually kind of giving me the idea that I need to go and do more study and to ensure that I come up with a proper and more sustainable innovation. But then actually, after charging in the methanol keeps working in a circle, that is, it keeps evaporating and then it keeps condensing. Now, activated charcoal cannot absorb methanol. It is absorbed on the surface. And after being heated, since it is a pressurized system, the pressure moves the vapor. That's why there's a vacuum, or a valve rather, to control the movement of the methanol. So it keeps going like that. That's where the idea of the circle comes in, and why I actually came to the conclusion that there's no need of charging in any extra methanol again after the first input.
Okay. I think right now we need to give Mr. Giseb Adibesa a chance to just wrap up. I think he has a question for our presenter.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Though most of my questions have already been asked.
Okay.
But I still want to chip in, because it seems you are getting confused on this concept of continuous regeneration of the methanol. There is no way you can continuously regenerate it. At some point, your activated charcoal, will be completely deactivated. So even to the extent that the charcoal can no longer absorb the methanol, or if it's already absorbed, you can't actually get it back again. So how do you, because from your explanation, you are operating this as a batch system, since you don't have any continuous process that will be feeding it. So, like, how many cycles do you think this can work before the efficiency just drop to like 0? Because this, as it stands, it can't work in perpetuality. It's not possible.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. It cannot work. As I said, we are like trying to achieve perpetual motion machine, but it is not actually perpetual motion machine. First of all, when we get the activated charcoal, we actually sun dry it to ensure we remove any form of moisture from it before using it in the system, right? And also for the amount of circles that it can walk before it what's the name, before it actually packs up or before the activated charcoal becomes deactivated. I will say I actually have not really sat down to think about it, but it is something I will definitely have to consider in the design and in the execution of the prototype. But then it should be able to work for a considerable number of beyond days of months before it stops working or before it stops serving its purpose.
Yeah. Okay, I also believe we give an answer to the best of his knowledge, everyone's question. Thank you so much, Gabriel, for the presentation, and thanks for answering our judge's question. Thank you so much. It's nice to have you here. So we'd like to move to the next presenter. And also just a quick reminder again, like we said, for the people's person, we're going to be voting. And before the last presenter, once the last presenter start presenting, we won't allow any more people into the audience, to join the audience anymore. And the voting will be cast based on those that are there to listen to the last presenter present. Yeah, so we'll be moving on to the next presenter, who is in person of Joy Ipede from Taishular University of Education, an undergraduate researcher, and she's going to be it should be she, and she should be presenting on leveraging digital technology for human rights protection in Africa. Are you with us, Joy?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, good afternoon, Joy.
I have a special request. Can I let the technical team present my slides, please?
Yes, please. Yes, you can.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, I'll try to make send out the technical team. So once you're ready, the stage is all yours, please.
All right. Hello, everyone. I am Joy Kwede Angela Olua, a political science student at Taishular Federal University of Education. And today I'll be presenting my project, which says leveraging digital technology for human rights protections in Africa. But before I proceed, I would like to explain what digital technology and human rights means. Digital technology are things like our phones, internet apps that we use in our day-to-day completion of tasks and communication. And human rights, on the other hand, means our basic freedom and rights we have as humans, like right to life, right to vote and to be voted for, right to report crime, etc. The next slide, please. Human rights violation is a global issue, so no country is immune to it. But the rate in which human rights violation happens in Africa is increasing very fast. And in West Africa in 2021, according to the URIDEC and the ACDHR, there were records of 10,000 unauthorized killings and 20,000 of injury and torture. In South Africa in 2022, according to the Human Science Research Council, there were records of about 8,000 cases of unlawful detentions. According to the Missing Voice Coalition in Kenya 2024, record shows 159 cases of extrajudicial killings and police brutality. And recently, according to the National Human Rights Commission, in Nigeria alone in March 2025, there are records of over 275 violations that happened. Many more of these cases has happened, but the painful truth about them is that they don't make it to the internet or they get forgotten. The next slide, please. Human rights violation has affected individuals, communities, and families. And over the years, human rights violation has taken many forms. Even civilians with higher power abuses another civilian. And that's the case of Adio Samsidin and a dispatch rider case that happened on September 17, 2005 at Ikoyi, Lagos Island, Nigeria. Adio Samsidin happened to be a top official of NURTW, and he was found abusing a dispatch rider for a petty reason to death. Abuses like rape, unlawful detentions and rape, police brutality has been happening over the years, but victims have chose to keep silent, not because they chose to, but because they feared retaliation, which has kept them silent over the years. They fear the weak and lack of secure data that we have across the globe. They also fear the rate in which reports disappear, because sometimes when reports are made, they get tampered with. The next slide, please. And thanks to the existing solutions that I've tried to find solutions to these existing problems, and I'll be using these existing solutions as my case study. Number one is the USH ID. USH ID means witness in Kishwai language. USH ID was created in Kenya during the 2008 to 2009 post-election violence. USH ID allows victims to report incidents by SMS, online, and also email. And it also uses crowdsourced to map out reports from the public. But USH ID fails in street verification, which sometimes make verification slow or inconsistent. The next one is the panic button. Panic button was created by the Amnesty International in 2014. Panic button can be used when a user feels threatened. They can use the button and it will send alerts to their trusted contact. But panic button doesn't have record for every report made or database for every human violation reports made. And the last one is eyewitness to atrocity. Eyewitness to atrocity was created by the International Bar Association in 2015, and also it allows victims to report, to take videos and images of incidents, which can also be used as legal documentation and during the courts. But it is said to be complex to use in a sense whereby if a victim doesn't report crime or incidents according to legal proceedings, the reports might be flagged as false. And also it is limited to the 100 users alone. The next slide, please. These existing solutions have showed us that digital technology can make a huge difference in this problem. And I'll be introducing my proposed solution. My proposed solution is trying to bridge the gap, to cover the gap these existing solutions have failed to cover. And my proposed solution is based on my background as a political science student and also a skill as a product designer. My proposed solution entails 6 features, and I'll be running through each of them one by one. The first one is anonymous reporting. Victims can upload pictures and videos of incidents while staying anonymous and not open to retaliation. The second one is AI verification system. We are in the world of technology, and with the help of AI verification system, there will be more verified data and a fast way to verify data. And also the AI verification system work hand in hand with the trusted community leaders. The third one is the multilingual support. It supports all languages where users and victims can report incidents in their preferred or learned language. It has a personalized dashboard. Victims and reporters can be able to track and view their progress of any incidents reported. The NGOs and the human rights activists can be able to check trends and also personalize and prioritize issues that needs urgent intervention. Also, the journalists will have access to verified and credible data. Crowdsourced verification. According to Okole, the brain behind USH ID app made mention of crowdsourcing tool, as sometimes when it is used, the truth is not guaranteed, but with enough volume, the truth can diminish the force. And that is why the crowdsourced verification allows multiple trusted NGOs, the community leaders, the journalists to verify data before being published. And lastly is the secure digital bots. It's secure every incident reported in a safe bot, whereby if the original data gets deleted later in the future or gets corrupted, there'll still be something to fall back to. The next slide, please. And beyond my proposed solution, here is why my proposed solution really matters and creates impact. My proposed solution allows report and verification all in one. It builds trust and allows people to report data and incidents more. It is accessible to everyone, including the people that are illiterate will have access to this proposed solution, and also it is accessible to all types of smartphone. It is built for Africa in a place whereby there is low internet connection or lack of access to connection. There will be offline reporting, and also with the help of the AI integration and also the community crowdsourcing verification, there will be more of accurate information. The next slide, please. And yes, my proposed solution is completely doable. And here are the 5 listed practical approaches, and I'll be running through each of them. We have the pilot testing. We will build this solution in a place whereby underreporting and email violation happens time to time, and feedbacks will be gotten and early challenges will be addressed. We will also build partnership with the trusted NGOs, the journalists, the trusted community leaders, and the human rights activists, where there can be a trusted movement the victims can trust. We have the digital literacy. There will be a training for people that lacks access to education, and they will be taught how to report incidents in a good way and also not be open to retaliation. And local adaptation. When feedback are gotten from the pilot testing, it can be used to scale the solution and it should be adapted across all regions. And lastly is the sustainable technology. This solution is built on a long-term impact, and it is built to be adaptable to all kinds of smartphone and all kinds of internet connection. Next slide, please. And through this platform, we are expected to see increasements in reporting of incidents. We are to see more verified data and credible data, more visibility of local issues, stronger collaborations among the stakeholders and unity. And lastly, we are to see more of civic engagement and participation. The next slide, please. In conclusion, human rights violation has taken many lives, and a relatable case of this is the issue of the NSAS 2020 that happened in Nigeria, where videos and pictures were uploaded online of how police brutality really is, and many of these videos were later taken down or flagged as false. But with this solution, every story will be told, and justice is no longer out of reach. The next slide, please. And thank you so much for listening to my presentation. The next slide, please. And during my project, a lot of research were made, and here are the references listed. The next slide, please. All right, thank you so much, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. That was a wonderful presentation, Joy, Ifedi. Thank you so much. Now we can open the floor for our judges to ask questions. Yeah, I can see Osemi Folani below. Yes, you can please go ahead with your question.
Yeah, thank you, Joy. If I got your presentation right, you want to be using digital technology. But one thing is missing throughout this presentation. So how will the data be coming? Is it going to be primary data, secondary data, or how? What's going to be the data source? I could not find that in your presentation.
Okay, thank you so much for the brilliant question. So actually the data will be processed when reports are made on the app, then it can be, when reports are made on the app, it can be directed to the trusted NGOs where they can be able to verify the data or be able to flag if it is a fabricated evidence or it is a duplicated report. And when it is verified within 30 minutes to an hour, then the necessary people will start working on it and feedbacks will be given to the victims.
So are you proposing to design, because I heard you said you have experience in UX, so are you trying to design a hub that will allow us to capture malware protection?
Yes, my proposed solution is a mobile app.
Okay,
and
I got it.
all right.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Yusuf.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. So my question is on how, like on the confidentiality of the data. So how can you ensure that whoever is posting the information is confident that the government cannot pressure you or other people to get to know who posted that information? And also, how can you verify the veracity of the information, especially in the age of AI, where people can actually fabricate videos? How do you ensure that this is not AI-generated image or video that will be uploaded on the platform?
All right, thank you so much for the brilliant question. Okay, I mentioned that there will be anonymous reporting. So when users are reporting their incidents, they are allowed to stay anonymous unless they want to open their location or make their location visible. And also, apart from using the AI verification system, the trusted NGOs and the community leader of the place where a victim is reporting will be able to verify the data to confirm that, oh, this person is saying the truth this is not a fabricated lie or a fabricated incident. Have I answered your questions?
Yeah, that answers to some extent. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Joy, for the presentation, for the inspiring thought and all. It seems that's all for the question from the judges. Thank you. Yeah, and I would like to move to the next presenter. And in between all this, please, our judges, let's try to make use of the rubrics so that we don't get the whole thing muddled up. Okay, and I think the next presenter we have on our list is Omiyinka Samuel Victor from the University of Ibadan, an undergraduate. Is going to be presenting on development and performance evaluation of a local cost dual mode suction device for emergency medical care. Samuel, are you here?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you. The stage is all yours, please.
Yes. Can you see my screen, ma'am?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, okay, thank you, ma'am. Yeah, thank you
Right.
very much, everyone. My name is Omiyinka Samuel Victor, and I'm a final year mechanical engineering student at the University of Ibadan. Yeah, my innovative project idea is on the development and performance evaluation of a low-cost dual-mode suction device for emergency medical care. Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay, yes, thank you. Now, there's a problem, and the problem is that airway obstruction is a leading cause of many preventable deaths, especially in emergency-prone and low-resource settings. Now, this means that airway obstruction leads to death. It causes death generally, but specifically in low-resource settings, it has a higher rate of death. So it causes more death in low-resource settings, sorry. Now, globally, airway emergencies lead to over 500,000 deaths annually, with a severe and more impact on low-income regions. This is a paraphrase from the data reported by the World Health Organization in 2003. So this means also that globally, about 500,000 deaths are recorded as a result of airway obstruction. But specifically to low-resource settings, over 60% of rural health facilities lack essential medical equipment, resulting in avoidable pediatric emergency deaths due to respiratory issues. So this is a severe issue in the low resource settings as a result of them lacking the essential medical equipment. And one of these medical equipment, in a way, I'm saying one of these medical equipment which tallies with the specific problem here, which is the airway obstruction, is a device called the suction device. So the suction device is a medical device that is usually used to mitigate the problem of airway obstruction. And there are two types of these suction devices that currently exist, and they are the electric suction device and the manual suction device. Now, this electric suction device and the manual suction device, they pose some deadly gaps, especially to the low resource settings. Now, for the electric suction one, they are effective, yes, but then they are inaccessible in low resource settings as a result of their cost. They are very expensive, about 240,000 naira to 300,000 naira, and even more. And another issue they have is that they are reliant on an unstable power grid. And this is a critical problem in Nigeria because the national grid is unstable, recording multiple partial and total collapses in 2024. This crisis is magnified. I mean, it is even more in low resource settings, where over 40% of health facilities lack reliable electricity. So this means that these devices fail once there is no, when there's no power during power outages. Now, for the existing manual suctions, they are cheap, yes, about approximately 60,000 naira, but then they become ineffective over time. And not just over time, even from the time when they are in use, their performance level is low because they lack the consistent vacuum and flow rate needed to clear viscous fluids, compromising patient safety. And what does this mean? It means that these manual suction devices, when it comes to viscous fluids, that means thick fluids like blood or mucus, what they cause, they are unable to efficiently, or let me say effectively, create the necessary vacuum, that means the necessary negative pressure to remove this or to clear this viscous fluid from the human airway. Now, the impact that these two that the gaps in these existing suction devices pose is that their impact is that there is no readily available suction device that can deliver a high consistent performance at a low accessible cost for low resource clinics. And to mitigate these impacts, I have come up with a solution. I have a proposed solution, which is a portable dual mode suction device. That means the device is a portable, low-cost, dual-mode suction device specifically engineered for low-resource settings. Now, this device is in two parts, is in two aspects. It is dual-mode powered, so that is what it means, but then it is in two parts. It is solar, it has the solar electric aspect, which is the primary source. So the solar electric aspect, why I say solar electric is because the solar panel, there will be a solar panel which powers a 12-volt battery. So that's the electric part that I'm referring to. Then this 12-volt battery powers a diaphragm pump. Yes. And overall, what this aspect of the dual mode device, that means the solar aspect, what it provides is a sustained and a high performance one. So the backup, that means we have a backup now, which is the manual mode, and that is what complements it to make it dual mode. So the backup, which is the manual mode, it provides a fail-safe operational guarantee during outages or bad weather. That means at times when there is bad weather and the solar is not able to charge the battery very well, the backup manual mode setting, it can be setting. And then the target, the major target here is to complete final prototyping and performance validation within 2 to 5 months to ensure the device reliably meets the essential clinical range of 60 to 200 millimeter of mercury for effective suction. And where did this come from? This is an international standard for the pressure range within which medical devices, suction medical devices are expected to operate. So this device is going to be designed to operate within this internationally agreed pressure range as well. And you can see in this picture, during power outage, during mid-emergency, the electric device fails, and then the dual mode suction device is activated because it can work at all times. If the solar option is not available, the manual mode comes in and then is activated to save life. Now, this table is a quite enormous one, but then what it does is to compare the cost versus the crisis that the existing electric unit and the existing manual pump unit, and then my proposed dual mode suction device. So I want to compare them on the cost versus crisis basis, specifically for low resource settings. For the initial cost, the existing electric unit is expensive. I mentioned that earlier. Is about 240K to 300. That's a typographical one. 300,000 naira. So, but the range is still correct because it's 240,000 naira is 350K, yeah, and above 350K. So then the existing manual pump is approximately 60,000 naira, and then for my own, it is to assemble the project is about approximately 150,000 naira, less than it. Then operational resilience. The existing electric unit is grid dependent. That is, during power outages, 0% suction. It will only give 0% suction. It won't work during power outages. And then the existing manual pump unit, they provide low power. That means more like mechanical power now. Low power, clinically rather, inadequate for thick fluids. That means when it comes to thick fluids like blood, I mentioned that earlier, they are unable to like efficiently suction them as they should. And then the manual device, my dual mode device, what it does, even though it has this same manual option as backup, it makes it better because it is not the backup that does the major work. It is the solar option that does the major work. The manual option only comes in at the time when the solar option is not available, which is not all the time. It's just maybe during bad weather, as I've said earlier. And that is not all the time. So it retains its overall efficiency is always higher than the standalone manual unit that doesn't have any backup. Whenever we want to use it, it is the one we just have to use, and that drops its efficiency over time. Then the value proposition, in terms of lifespan, the existing electric units, yes, they last up to 5 to 10 years or even more. But then their effectiveness in these low resource settings, it is not usually up to a year, because over time, when a part of them gets spoiled, because most of these existing electric unit suction device, they usually have proprietary parts. That means custom-made parts. And for that reason, in low resource settings, they do not have, and this is still in terms of cost. That is where the cost aspect comes in. In terms of cost, they are not able to afford this custom-made part, because they have to order it, the cost for shipping it, and so it costs a lot. And so as a result, what they do, because it's even cost as much as the amount they bought it. So as a result, they just discard it and just go for buying another one if possible. So, and that is in places where they can even afford it, which is not everywhere. So, but then in the for the existing manual pump unit, low utility, it is too weak for critical airway emergencies. For example, like blood vomit, which I had earlier explained. And then for my dual mode suction device, 2 to 3 years guaranteed life, low cost repair, extends use, maximizing return on investment, which means that because the parts that will be used for this dual mode suction device is what is it called now? They are locally sourced parts, so they can be repaired locally as well. So the core problem here for the existing suction ones is that they are inaccessible in price, and they are disposed. They are disposed because they require imported maintenance. So one other thing I missed the other time to mention is that even for the existing electric units that are not what's it called now, that do not have custom made parts, and the part can easily be obtained, they usually require professionals to come from the central city to come and like repair them in this rural area, and that also costs a lot. Now, for the existing manual pump, they are unsafe. They create a false sense of security with inadequate suction power. And what does this mean? It means that they create this form of illusion that, because we are always available. I mean, that is the existing manual pump now, saying we are always available to use. And so for that reason, at any point in time, we feel, okay, they're available. And when we use them, we don't even know how far their efficiency has dropped. And at that time, when they are mostly needed, they can fail or they fail. But then the dual mode suction device that I'm proposing, it has the highest value because it is reliable clinical performance at a locally sustainable price point. So because it's locally fabricated, it has a local, the price is affordable locally. And this is a systematic arrangement of how the device works. And I'll quickly run us through it. I'll quickly run us through it. I hope you can see my cursor. From the solar panel charges the 12-volt battery. The 12-volt battery has a charge controller. The charge controller gauges how much power the 12-volt battery receives so that it doesn't receive the amount of power that it cannot take. So then the 12-volt battery charges the 12-volt diaphragm pump. And then from there, if we are using the solar option, there will be a T-valve manifold that can be used to switch between the two modes of operation, either manual or solar. So if it is the solar option, we shut off this valve. And then the suction will only be carried out along this line. So it will only be carried out along this line. And then the vacuum line, that means this is where the pressure will be created. So as a result of the pressure that is created here, the fluid will have a reason to flow through this pipe from the patient airway into the canister. So that is it, because once there's a vacuum here, there is now a space for the fluid to flow in. So, but then if the pressure is now too much beyond the set pressure, that means the 60 to 200 millimeter of mercury that I earlier said, we set it based on the person who is using it, whether it is a neonate or is an adult. So if the pressure is higher than for the person, because we have a vacuum regulator here that we regulate it from the start, maybe to 60 millimeter of mercury. Now, if you now see that the pressure is already exceeding that value, the pressure gauge is a monitor. It gives us real-time value of the pressure. So as a result, the relief valve comes in, it sets in, and then allows outside air to come in and fill in the vacuum in such a way that the vacuum pressure in this line, it reduces, and then the patient becomes safe once again. So this is the 3D model of the proposed device. It is here. And then the expected outcomes. I expect a functional prototype tested under simulated conditions. So it will cut across different viscosity of fluids, low viscosity fluids, such as water. So water will be the representative fluid for this case, because water is representing like watery blood. Yes. So then medium viscosity fluids like cornstarch solution. Yeah. So then high viscosity fluid like engine oil. So these are representative fluids that we're going to be using to ensure to check that this device actually works after we are done prototyping. So, and then now there's a data here. Over 60% of rural health facilities lack essential medical equipment. Yes. So that is a paraphrase from the data reported by the World Health Organization in 2001. So, and the lack of these health facilities in this rural area has caused that it has made it happen that there are so many avoidable deaths that has happened as a result. So, and this means that if this device can come up, this proposed device can come up, it will add to the bulk of medical device solution that we already have on ground. And the clinical impact that it will now have is that 50 to 70% reduction in avoidable airway obstruction mortality, supported by a near 100% operational success rate during power failures. Just as I've explained earlier, the fact that it has a manual backup and the solar is always available, provided there is sun, is always available. When there's no sun, the manual aspect can come in. Then economic sustainability and local value creation, which means that it won't be taking too much from the economy. That means the economically, it won't be taking too much. It won't be taking too much money. That is what it means. So, unlike the existing electric one that takes so much money, this won't be taking so much money from it because it's locally fabricated. the market readiness and impact. The target users are rural clinics, ambulances, and NGOs. Then the channels through which we are going to get it to them are going to hospitals to showcase it to hospitals to let them mostly buy. Then the NGOs, health centers, and then the resources that are going to be using over time. Where are we getting them? So we are going to the resources we are going to be needing. We are going to be needing support local manufacturers. So these local manufacturers are also resources that are needed to ensure that this device comes to life. So, and over time, to even get more production of it, then we need solar suppliers, industrial machinery markets, and so then plastic production companies. So for things like the casing of the device, then local fabricators like welders. So those are people who can make the metal aspect that we are going to be placing something like our autoclavable canister in. So then revenue streams are through sales to NGOs and health centers. Then the cost structure, low materials and labor cost, because it is locally manufactured. And you see, globally, global medical device market for respiratory care expected to reach $30 billion by 2027. And this is a paraphrase from the data reported by Grandview Research in 2020. And what does this mean? It means that this is if this device can come up, it has a good market value. It can easily be sold in the market because it has a market value. It has a market value already, like a base market on which it can be easily sold already. So then the discussion it bridges cost and reliability gap. This means that even though this device is a little bit more expensive than the existing manual one, but lower in cost than the existing electric one, is in between. But then it bridges that cost because of its reliability. It's always available. It bridges it. The manual one cannot do that. So just that little cost with which it exceeds the manual one, it has already bridged it by its reliability and constant availability. Then connection to objective, effective suction and guaranteed availability. The novelty in this is that it is the first low-cost design combining both solar and manual mode of operation. Based on research. So then impartation, it strengthens the life-saving capacity in underserved regions. Yes. And then contribution to knowledge. As a mechanical engineering student, I'm someone who is so passionate about saving lives. Yes, so and my future aspiration is to focus on building medical devices, and as a result, it shows that I have known this, and it also shows now that mechanical engineering can directly save lives by developing adaptable, sustained solutions. And the significance is that it strengthens life-saving capacity in underserved regions. That means they already have maybe some devices that save life now, but with this one added, it has now increased the capacity in these regions. But then the limitation of this device is that it's strictly for fluids and not solids. Call to action, support the final prototyping and scaling phase to deploy this life-saving solution across Nigeria. Acknowledgement, my supervisor and guidance. Sincere thanks to my project supervisor, Professor O. Ajide, for his exceptional mentorship, technical guidance, and unwavering commitment to this research. Inspiration and team. Deep gratitude to my eldest brother, Dr. Peter Omiyinka, for his passionate motivation, and to my co-supervisors for their constant demonstration of excellence. And I thank my other siblings for their constant support, for their constant motivation, and institution support. Thank you, the University of Ibadan Faculty of Technology, for providing the necessary facilities in terms of people, in terms of materials needed in order to put this together. Thank you very much for listening. I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Samuel, for the inspiring thoughts and ideas and research. Thank you. So I can see Farouk's hand is up. Farouk, can you go and ask your question?
Thank you so much, Samuel. Like, this is very thorough. I was impressed by the cost analysis, and I like the way you vary your prototype against other available ones. So I have some quick questions I would like to ask. So this system is going to be going through the windpipe of patients that might have air obstruction. So how are you going to sterilize this system?
Okay, thank you very, very much for that question, sir. Yes, okay, let me go there, sir. Okay, maybe this will. Sir, can you see my cursor?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay, sir. This particular part, even for the existing electric suction devices, because I tried to merge the power of the existing electric suction devices and that of the manual one. So even for the electric suction device, which is also what I'm going to be adopting here, this pipe and the canister, the autoclavable canister, are detachable such that they can be cleaned, sterilized as they should, and then returned to their position. I don't
You
know
said
if that answers
sterilize
your question.
as they should. How? I'm interested in how. Like, since how? Yeah. How are you
Okay,
going to sterilize it? What are you going to use to sterilize the canister? Like,
okay. By the time they are detached, there are various ways of, for example, the canister now, the canister can be washed. The canister can be washed.
what?
Sir?
With what are you going to wash the canister with?
Well, I've not made I did not go as far as learning how to wash something, but what I've checked before is how they wash the current existing one, but then I did not take note of what they are using to wash it. But I've seen a video on YouTube from earlier that they were sterilizing, they were washing, but I did not take note of what exactly they were using.
It's
So
fine. But do you understand why it's necessary to understand how the canister is going to be sterilized because of continual usage, from one patient to the other. So is there any, this model, how is this model going to be maintained? Like, how many usage do you need to use the model for you to, like, maybe calibrate or like do some maintenance?
Can you hear me, sir? Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Based on your previous question, so I want to get it, or how we are going to be cleaning it. Like, because if it is about the how, that is the fact that it can be easily detached, both of them, both the canister itself and the catheter. That is the one that will be that's the tube that will be passed into the patient's airway. And then so that is that. But then sir?
No, go ahead. You're saying
Okay,
so.
sir. But if it is the what we are going to be using to clean it, okay, that is the one I do not have idea, but that means the sterilizing device. So maybe the sterilizing material, maybe it will be with water and soap to clean the canister. I've not fully made research about that. And you also asked about the maintenance, sir.
Yes.
Okay. In terms of maintenance, it doesn't need much. If these parts that it has, because the battery and the battery and the diaphragm pump specifically, they last for more than 5 years. They don't fail, provided the way of usage, because, and that is why it has already been made to suction varying viscosity. So, and then there is already a safe a fail-safe device there. That means the relief valve, such that if it wants to exceed a particular pressure that can cause that can cause any form of disruption into the device. There's a particular part I'm going now, so that can cause any disruption in the device. It will easily correct it. So, and then it can also work for varying viscosity, low, medium, high. So that alone, that's if it wants to get damaged by that, it cannot be damaged by that. So now, if eventually over time it now needs any form of correction, then it will be that it has been used so much that a part of it needs to be replaced. So, and that usually take a long time. And if it needs to be replaced, it can be easily replaced locally, because these materials can be easily obtained locally. So that's
as a quick advice, for many instruments, many things, we even in the hospitals,
Okay, sir.
Even as in the lab using a pH meter, you
Okay, sir.
calibrate instruments to make sure they are actually working fine. So to use them for a longer cycle without like no plan for calibration to see that this instrument like is actually functioning well. I mean that I think you should like put that in place.
Okay, sir.
You mentioned that you're going to use 2 to 5 months for the prototype testing.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
think this timeline is feasible, knowing that the component of your prototype is it's a bit complicated? You need to gather like some type of not really available resources. Do you think 2 to 5 months is feasible enough?
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It is actually it has to okay. I will start with the fact that it has to be feasible because I would
Why
say
do
it
you
is
think it has to be
feasible.
feasible?
Yeah, because it is my final year project, sir. So and
Okay,
I'm already at the currently I'm working on it. So I'm doing very many parts together from the fabrication, although I've not gone so far with the fabrication, and it's as a result of this what you just mentioned now about the parts. But the part, because it's the prototyping, they are available. All the parts are available. The ones that are needed for the prototyping are available. The part, this casing, I'm 3D printing it. Yes, I'm 3D printing it. And the diaphragm pump is a miniature pump that I'm ordering from Up 360. And then the 12-volt battery, the same thing. So although I'm ordering most of the parts, so the solar panel, the 12-volt, but currently all parts are available. So including the squeeze ball pump that will provide the manual suction. So it is available. So and I'm into it. I'm already writing my research on it and all. So my report rather on it. So
Cool. One last
yes, sir.
question.
Yes,
It's
sir.
like two questions in one.
No problem,
Like
sir.
this is a more device model. Like who do you expect are going to be your targeted customers? Fine, you want to sell to. Okay, then let me ask that question first before. Who are the people you're targeting to?
The target users are the rural clinics, like as I have in this slide, ambulances, but mostly rural clinics and NGOs, most likely NGOs NGOs
So you're not
who,
targeting to sell to individuals.
of course, individuals can also get, but I was looking more into bulk sale, such that these target users can then now like sell to individuals.
Yeah,
So
because why I ask is that like for airway obstruction, a lot of infants, like children below the age
yes,
0 to maybe 15, they actually suffer a lot of this, and before we know how the state of Nigeria is when it comes to
yes, sir.
emergency. So
Yes,
before even taking to the emergency, a lot of people lose their life. So I would
yes,
just recommend, if it's possible, that you also consider like having, selling individually, so that people
yes,
can, can have this also in their houses if it's possible. And also,
yes,
do you
sir.
have a recommended chart for the vacuum pressure millimeter mercury? Is there a recommended chart for age
Oh,
distribution?
I just have like the general one, and then I got the range, so which is the 60 to
From where? From where did you get it?
I got it from the internet. Like it's just like a list of how will I put it now? It's just like what can I like
Did it from
analog.
WHO? Did it from you?
Yes, sir. That's it. So they are like set standard pressures, like that what's it called now? That all suction devices like must be able to like what's it called now? Operate at. So they have
Yeah,
it on the
please go and confirm the source you got the pressure, because the pressure is one of the most important parameter in all your
yeah,
devices.
yes,
You don't want to use a very high pressure for an infant, and you don't want to use,
yeah,
and
yes, sir.
depending on what is causing the obstruction, like it determines the pressure also. So it's
Yes, sir.
important you know your source that you're citing. So that would
Yes, sir.
wonderful presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you to Mr. Farouk for the
Thank you
question.
very
I
much,
think
sir.
I might have Mr. Moshood. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just want to know, is this specifically for fluids, or are you going to be using the device for like solid particles? Just imagine during accidents like blood clots, bone fragment.
Sir,
Yeah, did you get my question?
what did you say, sir? I'm sorry.
Is the device specifically for fluids?
Okay. It is actually as a result of two things, sir. Because this is my final year project. So number one, as a result of the timeline that I have to like execute the project, and also because so basically like the timeline and the costs, the cost of the extra things I will need to like get to ensure that it
Guys,
suctions both. I can't hear you, sir.
I said, is the device just for fluid? Are you going to be using it just for fluid?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I said that is the current limitation it has, based on what I have on the screen now, sir. That is strictly for fluids and not solids for now. So, but it is what's it called now? It is opened to such upgrade in the future that it will also be used for solids. But for now, based on this research, but the purpose is for fluids strictly, like blood, mucus, and so on, sir. And vomit and so on.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Samuel. Thank you to our judges for the question. Yeah, I think if there are no judges willing to ask any question, we can move to the next participant for the next presenter to go ahead with the presentation. And also, just a quick one, I would like to remind everyone to please, you are expected to present for 12 minutes. Please try to stay within the allocated time. And I'm kind of like cut you short if you are going beyond the allocated time. So to the probably two presenters left, just please, you have 12 minutes for your presentation. Okay, I think okay, I will say this again. For the next presenter, after this presenter, we won't allow anyone in to the Zoom meeting anymore, because that'll be like it's going to be the second to the last person to present. So for the people's choice pool, once Thomas presents now and is done with his presentation, that will be the end of we allowing people to enter for the presentation. Mr. Mashud, I can still see your hand being raised. Do you have a question?
No, sorry.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, all right. The next presenter we have, sorry. The next presenter we have on our list is Thomas Agoho from University of Ibadan, a postgraduate student. He's going to be talking about the synthesis, thermomechanical processing, and characterization of A356/DPSA composites for automobile engine components. Thomas, are you here? Thomas.
Hello, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I can see, I think it is, you can, yes, your video on and you can go ahead and share your screen. You have 12 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you.
So the stage is all yours, please.
Okay. Good day, panel of judges and the distinguished audience. Horatio Thomas by my name from University of Ibadan, and I'm here to present a research titled Synthesis, Thermomechanical Processing and Characterization of DPSA composite for automobile engine components. So basically,
we are not
there's
seeing
a
your
rising global
slides. Your slides, please.
Yes, the slides are not showing, please. Yes, now we have it.
Now you have it. Now stop
No,
sharing.
we don't have it right
Okay,
now.
let me share. Can you see now?
No, not yet.
Can you see now?
Well, it is saying you need to double click to enter full screen mode. But right now, nothing is showing, but it's showing that you are trying to share your screen.
Okay.
I don't probably need to go to the slide area to click on the slide area for you to use and share, or you can work with our technical team.
Okay. Just a minute, please. Let me try again.
All right.
Can you see now?
It is all dark. We are seeing the actual slide.
You cannot see.
Okay, yes, we have the slide displayed just now before you moved back. So I know there's some
Network issues, please. Let me try again. Can you see my
It's
screen?
all just dark, like pitch dark. Nothing is displaying.
Can you see my screen now?
No, not yet.
Would,
Yes, I can see your screen right now.
Okay, so
Yes, probably just
can
put
you
on
still see my
slideshow
screen?
so that we can see it can take the whole screen.
Yes, can you see now?
Yes, I can see the screen. You can just put on
Okay.
slideshow. Yes, perfect.
Okay, thank you very much.
All
Sorry for
right.
the glitches.
And go ahead.
Oradakwe Thomas Awo is my name, and I am working on presenting the topic synthesis of mechanical processing and characterization of A356 DPSA composite for automobile engine components. So there is currently a global demand for high-strength materials, and it's in a bid to improve for economy and reduce carbon footprint. And the shift from the conventional product to lightweight alloy aluminum. Aluminum is known for its lightweight, electrical conductivity, thermal conductivity, crucial resistance, and recyclability. It is limited by poor wear resistance and high temperature stability. Anything for composites. Now, composite basically is adding secondary materials to the parent material, which is aluminum alloy, and these materials are called reinforcement. And some of the reinforcement materials include metal, ceramic, fly ash, and agro waste. Usually, the composite is having improved properties than the original parent materials, and this can be applied in aerospace, construction, electronics, and automobile industries. So, conventional reinforcement are expensive to get, and the technology of producing are not in the a lot of agro waste have been characterized in previous studies, including bean potash, including rice husk, coconut shell, but not so much have been done on date pan seed, even though it has been used in other studies in engineering to reinforce concrete in big production, and also extra has been used for pollution for mine seal in acid environments. So in this study, we want to synthesize the catalytic process and characterize A356 DPSA composites, specifically for automotive components. And the objective as presented. So the methodology for the study involves, first of all, optimizing the DPSA, and that is by acquisition. Can you still see my screen? That is by acquisition, cleaning,
Yes.
drying, grinding, calcination, calcination, 100 degrees Celsius and 70 degrees Celsius for 4 hours, then characterization. So this picture here shows the DPS raw powder, and this is the DPSA 5 after calcination at 500 degrees Celsius. This is DPSA 7 after calcination at 750 degrees Celsius. Now, the optimum processing condition was used in casting, liquid metallurgy, and the procedure for casting involved heating the 835 is allowed up to 70 degrees Celsius, usually the melting temperature for aluminum casting, and then cooling it to 710 degrees Celsius to add 1%, 1% magnesium to improve wettability, and then further cooling to 590 degrees Celsius for mixing. And this casting procedure is often termed as crumple casting because it is mixing in the semi-solid state, is to ensure even dispersion of the particles in the aluminum melt. After that, it is poured into either a squeeze casting mode of 3000 psi or into the die casting mode. So this is the and this is the gravity die cast plate. So after Swiss casting, this treatment was performed by heating the cast products at 500 degrees Celsius for 6 hours, followed by crushing in water and then aging at 100 degrees Celsius for another 6 hours and air cooling. Also, hot rolling was performed, which is thermomechanical processing, and this is by preheating the furnace to 500 degrees Celsius for 10 minutes, before introducing the sample, and then allow to heat for 10 minutes, and then passing through a laboratory scale roller with 2 drums. The initial size of the sample was about 12 mm thickness before rolling, and after the rolling process, we achieved a 3 mm thick product. That is about 75% reduction, and characterizations were carried out. So furthermore, the function of these composites were studied in both sodium chloride and 0.5 molar sodium hydroxide environment using electrochemical impedance study, hydrogen evolution, and gravimetric evolution. So now to the result, I want to first of all state here that this study is a very intensive study. The data obtained so far are so much, but because we are limited to 15 slides, I will only present. So this is the results from the XRF analysis. XRF is a X-ray fluorescence analysis, and is to determine the oxide condition of the samples. It can be observed that unlike most agro waste, where the major oxide present is silica SiO2, in date palm seed, iron oxide is the most predominant, followed by potassium oxide, and then phosphorus pentoxide, and then also have silica there, as well as carbon oxide. So palm seed about a new category of oxide, which would mean that the properties to be impacted on aluminum composite different or will be different from existing studies. So this is the FCR spectrum. I can see that for the DPS, which is the raw palm seed powder, moving from the DPS to the DPS-A5, DPS-A7, the functional group region have been expunged. This is due to the removal of organic content from the date palm seed due to calcination, leaving only behind the metal oxides, which you can see from the XRF analysis. Now, looking at TGA to check the thermal stability of these products, we discovered that after 1000 degrees Celsius, only 4% of the original date palm seed was there, but the calcinated products have over 84%. You can see there's no much difference between that at that calcinated at 7 degrees Celsius and that at 100 degrees Celsius. Over 84% was left, which shows high thermal stability. Looking at the program, 3 samples, we discovered that there are white globules in the calcinated products, which also affirm the predominance of iron oxide. And looking at the XRD spectrum, we see that the MSI is having the highest peak, and that also it shows the presence of iron oxide. You can also see phosphorus, magnesium, others in the XRD spectrum. Okay, coming to the results of mechanical testing, we are looking at that of squeeze casting. The tensile graph for as cast and this treated shows that all the composites perform better than the blank present as 0%. So same thing with the compressive strength. All the composites perform better. The blank metal 0% is the black line for both thesis treatment and as cast. Looking at the data table, to put it in perspective, we find that the UTS ultimate tensile strength improved from 212 in 0% to 270 in 1% addition of DPSA in ASCAST. Upon T6 treatment, it improved from 256 MPa to 354 MPa in 1% reinforcement. Now, looking at the comparative strength, we discovered that it improved from 229 in 0% up to 281 in 0.75, 286 in 0.5% addition. Now, looking at the T6 treated comparative strength, we discovered that the comparative improved from 268 MPa to 313 as 0.5% reinforcement. Also, looking at the hardness test results, we found that the hardness improved from 68.2 to 91.75 in ASCAS, is treated from 96.8 to 111.8 after T6 treatment. Similarly, for gravity die casting, we observed that the tensile properties perform better for all the composites compared to the blank in both ASCAS and T6 treated. So also the compressive graph suggests. Now, looking at the data table, we discovered that the UTS improved from 162 MPa to 193 in 0.75, and after T6 treatment, it improved from 182 to 292.7 at 0.75. Similarly, compressive strength improved from 178 to 263 at 0.5, and then from 280 to 302 after T6 treatment. Hardness behavior shows that the hardness value improved from 57 to 70.75 and from 87 to 113 at 1% after T6 treatment. Now, this is a sample of the microstructure. Of course, I said a lot of data, but just to show a snippet of them. Now, this is the optical microscopic micrograph showing the for 0% and the 0.75 weight%. If you look at the same graph, you see some white patches, which are the interaction between the aluminum oxide and the iron oxide. And you can see also that there is the 0% have smaller grains compared to the blank composites. Similar trend is observed at the die casting. Now, hot rolling, impact of hot rolling on the composite. Looking at the tensile graph too, you find that for squeeze casting, you find that all the composites behave better. Also for gravity casting, all the composites behave better than the 0%. So looking at that, we discover that the UTS improved from 180 to 208 at 0.75. Upon T6 treatment, it improved from 289 to 335 at 0.5. And then the hardness improved from 59 to 75. Okay, coming to gravity die casting, we discovered that the UTS improved from 123 to 220 MPa at 0.75. And upon T6 treatment, it moved from 248 to 333 at 0.5. Also, hardness improved from 54 to 92. From this data, you can find that gravity die casting perform better in hot rolling than squeeze casting. Now, we'll just take one corrosion study, which is the corrosion behavior of squeeze cast composite in 3.5% sodium chloride. The corrosion study have been completed, but for the sake of this presentation, just this we explain. Now, looking at the Tafel plots, we discovered that the pink is the 0.75 in both as cast and T6 treated. The pink Tafel plot is towards the right, which shows better corrosion resistance. And this is confirmed by the I-core value and the E-core value in the data table here, with the 0.75% recording the lowest values in as cast and also at T6 treated. Now, looking at gravimetric corrosion, we discovered that if you look at this graph here, T6 treatment have the lowest weight loss. This is covered by the corrosion rate determined from the gravimetric corrosion, as the corrosion rate decreased from 0.75 to 6.7 in 0.75. And after T6 treatment, the corrosion rate decreased from 7.83 to 6.39 millimeter per year. So basically, we have seen that DPSA is rich in iron oxide, potassium oxide, silica, and calcium oxide, which is very different from other agro ways that have been studied. And castination at 100 degrees Celsius seems to be optimal for the best combination of minerals. Furthermore, addition of DPSA improved UTS by 27% and hardness by 34%. T6 treatment improved the UTS of as cast by 31% and hardness by 22%. Optimal composition comparing all the characterization conducted, showed that 0.58% is the optimal composition for reinforcing 8356 with DPSA. Now, auto-rolling improved elongation and GT perform better in auto-rolling than SQ. Now, addition of DPSA improved corrosion resistance both by EIS and gravimetric method. 0.58% show the best corrosion. Now, components are fabricated using our composites. These are automotive components that were fabricated. These are two-stroke cylinder head made from 0.7 and 0.75 weight percent DPSA. And this is a typical engine cylinder also made from these composites. So DPSA is a novel iron rich addition that improves the properties of MC even at less than 1% addition. Other studies on AMC are using more than 1%. Some people use 3%, 3.6 like that. But in this particular study, we show that optimizing the processing condition of the iron base, we can achieve even good results even by reinforcing with less than 1%. Now, 0.5% is optimum to have good a combination of properties. Auto-rolling improves elongation. Excellent properties for auto, aerospace, and industrial use. And the major limitation of the study is that going beyond 1 weight percent is difficult due to increased agglomeration. So I want to thank my supervisor, my home supervisor, Professor OOD, my supervisor here in India, Dr. TPD Rajan. I want to thank my wife for her patience, and I want to thank PTDF for providing parts for this research and set our willingness to us for sponsoring my study here in India. I want to thank all the past and present HODs of Mechanical Engineering University of Ibadan and the past and present people. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you so much for the inspiring presentation on ideas and research. Well done, and thank you so much. That's a wonderful research you have going on there. I would like to make a quick announcement to everyone. Yeah, thank you to all our presenters who have presented up until this moment. We're going to be making the live post of to vote for the people's person in the link event. And also we are going to be closing the Zoom room to allow any more attendees inside. And once the link is posted for people to pick their most wanted person, everyone should just please, all the attendees should remember you are allowed to vote for just one person, and you are expected to make this voting within a period of just 2 minutes for you to decide who you are voting for. Mr. Semil, I can see you have a question for Thomas. You can please go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, thank you, Engineer Thomas, for the wonderful presentation. So please, could you go to your table? I think that should be under your results. Table 3, where you presented on the corrosion. So I'm not an engineering guy. I might not be right. Just table 3. I just have one or few questions on that.
This one?
I can't see your slide yet. No, table 3.
Results?
Yeah, if I can see your slide, I will be able to know. I can't see your slide. Not this one, the next one, please.
Now?
Go to the next one, that slide. Yeah, this slide. Yeah, this one. I have a question. So I guess the two tables, the SQ, even though the terms is not defined, and GK are two different approaches. So I could not see any t-test to show the difference. No, please go back to show the differences between the two methods. Because, yeah, this one, because you have the same parameters across the two. No, just remain in objective theory, please. Because you have, please, can you go back to objective theory? No, objective theory. The result of objective theory, please. Yeah, please. Yeah, this one. So there should be a t-test to show us whether there is a significant differences across the two methods for the different parameters. Like for instance, the DPSA at level 0 has maybe 180 plus or minus 9.8. Is it better than 123 plus or minus 62? We could not have found that. So there might be need for you to, when you're revising your study, maybe for publication, or for other scientific communication, to please kindly include that. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Okay, can I respond to that, please?
Yeah, you can, please.
Okay, fine. Like I said, this is part of the study. We're told to present only 15 slides. The result I have, we fill 100 plus slides. So I only pick a snippet. Now, again, the higher the value, the better. So along the line, I'm going to do what we call principal component analysis and multivariate ANOVA. Because not only are we looking at UTS, I have other variables that are not presented in this presentation at all. So many data I have to present, but the important ones, as far as mechanical engineering is concerned, the primary ones I'm just showing. So, but with this, you can see clearly, this is gravity die casting, and this is squeeze casting. Squeeze casting is pressurized casting. So there is more compaction. Gravity casting will allow the cast to solidify under the influence of gravity. So there are more pores in gravity casting. Therefore, it is not as strong as squeeze casting. So 123 means it is lower than 180. 180 is better. But because hot rolling, what hot rolling does is that hot rolling to 500 degrees Celsius is that it takes the material back to its solutionizing temperature. So allowing it to recrystallize again. So the effect of casting has been nullified. The casting route has been nullified. That is why but for squeeze casting, the pressure compacted it. So it's like hot rolling is making the squeeze casting, that compaction to go with subsequent cycle of hot rolling, thereby making it to perform lower than the cast without hot rolling. But for gravity casting that is already full of pores, hot rolling is helping to densify it. Okay, so that is why as you go on, you see that the parameters are better. So basically for UTS, the higher the value, the better. But
so let me just interject you. Let me just interject you. I got your point, but when you do statistical analysis, because you are comparing between two methods, you can even find it in all the scientific papers. They always put superscript when you have two different methods, like A, B. Then we all know that if it's A is better than B, then if there is no superscript, it means there is no significant difference. You could want to check. You might want to check literatures, have a consultation with your supervisors to understand what I'm saying better. Because without that, it's difficult for your audience to understand the difference. And you did not include that in your slide. Maybe you have like telling us that higher values is better than lowest value. Even if you do that, if you look at 73.5 and 73.5 and 73.2, which one is better? We could not know numerically. So that's why I said maybe it might be important for you to include a superscript to show the difference. I hope that I'm not trying to argue, I'm just trying to clarify.
No.
Thank you.
Duly noted, but the result is also available, but not in this work. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Samuel, for the note and all, and Thomas also. Mr. Farouk, I can see do you have a question for Mr. Thomas?
Yeah, I do. I have some questions.
Okay,
A wonderful presentation. I think I've witnessed this presentation earlier in the semifinals, but I have some additional questions I would like to clarify. In the corrosion media, I don't know if you can go to that slide. The slide that you use 3.5 weight over NaCl
Yeah.
3.5 anyway.
Yes, slide 6.
Yeah. So why did you choose this 3.5 with percent of NaCl and NaOH? What are you trying to simulate?
Okay, thank you very much for that beautiful question. Now, you want to mimic 3.5% is the amount of salt you have in a
Oh,
typical
it's fine. Thank you. Let us waste time. So your FTIR, can you go to your FTIR this thing? The FTIR spectrum.
Okay.
So The DPS, I'm seeing a peak at I think this is 3,330.
The DPS, yes, that is OH band. That
Okay.
is OH band. Presence of phenol, alcohol, that kind of functional group.
So the DPSA 5 and the DPSA 7, due to
Okay, that has been reduced due to calcination. That the
okay.
OH is from organic material. So calcination exposes all the organic content, leave behind only minerals. And these are ceramics, which you can get commercially from the market. But these ceramics are also contained in agro waste. And it's only by calcination, burning them off, that I can get that ceramic. So what happens is that calcination has burnt out all the organic content, or most of the organic content in the deep infancy. So another reason I did not present here is CHNS analysis. I didn't present that result here, but I have that, which is called ultimate analysis. You find out that in that result, in the DPS, you have a lot of carbon.
Okay,
But
I'm
in the
just
DPSA,
intrigued kind of.
you don't have.
Do you know the resolution this FTIR was performed in?
I know, but I can't remember now. It's part of the
It's fine, it's
methodology in my
fine, it's
work.
fine, it's fine.
Yeah,
That's fine,
I
it's fine.
know. Yes.
So
Most
again,
of these were done by myself, so there's no issue.
the life cycle of the DPSA 7 or DPSA 5. So what life cycle performance improvement do you expect in automobiles, engines like?
Okay. So basically, the DPSA 5 and DPSA 7, they are minerals, ceramics. They are not organic material. They will not decompose, right? So we have removed all the part that can decompose. We are leaving behind only minerals. So what we expect is that they will be locked in the matrix of the aluminum and will be as functional as long as that component is used. Normal mechanical failure that happen to mechanical parts may occur, but with improved hardness, improved tensile strength, our material will be able to withstand or reduce the likelihood of such occurrence, but we cannot
So
rule it out.
I like that. I like that your material would, um, do those performance side by side with traditional alloys. So what is not the economic benefit of that?
Besides the traditional alloys,
Like,
okay,
yeah,
first,
aside from the performance, so what do you translate the economic benefit is going to be?
economic benefit is that we have a lot of cars in Nigeria. Nearly every family has cars.
My
So
family does not.
that is technically not true, sir. You have for that. So,
Okay.
but on a lighter note, if you don't have car, they use car. They whether take public transport, that tricycle, and that bike, because automotive is covering all of them. So, and all of these parts, keep importing them, we remain a dependent economy. But if we have a local way of manufacturing, for instance, this component here, I produce this component from scrap. This component was from alloy device, but this component was from scrap piston. That is broken piston mechanic workshop. I collected, cleaned, checked the OES, and then use it for casting. So I'm using waste and waste to produce a component that can be used again. So it's a way of the mindset is as much as we have cars in Nigeria. So and it will help us develop local capacity to even begin to look at producing cars from scratch, automotive component from scratch in Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Thomas. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Thomas, and thanks to our judges for the question. Oh, thank you. That was a nice presentation. Yeah, our judges should please go ahead and make use of the rubrics in grading the presenters, as we are we are very, very close to the end of the presentation. Well, everything that has a beginning must have an end. So right now, Mr. Thomas, you can stop sharing. Thanks for the presentation. I would like to call on our last presenter, who is Oyelami Musimisoluwa James from the University of Ibadan. She's an undergraduate. She's going to be presenting and talking about development and performance evaluation of a low-cost induction melting furnace? Musimisolua, if you are here, please.
Good day, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes. Oh, yes, we can hear you.
I would love to share my screen now. Can you see my screen, please?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good day, everyone. My name is Hoyelami Musimlolua James. I'm from the University of Ibadan. I'm a 500 level mechanical engineering student. And the topic of my research is the development and performance evaluation of a low-cost induction melting furnace. Before I go on, I would love to say that this project is an actual fabrication project, which we have found very useful in the metallurgical/foundry sector in Nigeria. We've been able to identify problems that foundry people face, especially the small-scale businesses, and this prompted us with the idea of developing a low-cost induction melting furnace. I'll go now to the introduction and background. Like I was saying, most foundry businesses or small-scale enterprises in Nigeria, they rely on traditional furnaces. These traditional furnaces, they are always fuel dependent, they are fuel dependent. They depend on gas, they depend on coal, they depend on oil to be able to supply heat to melt metals. And these traditional furnaces, they come with their very obvious disadvantages, which I have highlighted here. One of the disadvantages of these traditional furnaces is high operational costs. Like I said, they depend on fuel, some gas, and we can even see it's a practical problem. Recently, in the past few days, we heard about the price of gas increasing from about 1,050 naira to about 2,500 naira per kilogram. This is as a result of fluctuating prices. This always affects the people that use them, especially the foundry people that use this gas to power their furnaces, and they have to like adjust to the high prices of the fuel. Okay. Also, another disadvantage is the limited control over the melting process. For traditional furnaces, they generate heat from an external source. For example, like a burner, there's a gas passing through a hose to the burner to supply the heat to melt the metal that indirectly through radiation and convection. This indirect heating, it limits control over some factors. And one of the factors is inconsistent temperature and heat distribution. Heat is transferred from the flame to the furnace walls and then to the metal. There's always a significant temperature difference within the metal, making it difficult to attain a stable or even uniform temperature for the metals. Can you all hear me, please? I hope you can hear me.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Also, in the use of traditional furnaces, there's a lack of natural steering, because in the metals we are trying to melt, we are trying to make sure that there's uniformity in the molten metal. The operators of traditional furnaces, they rely on external steering, developing a low-cost, locally made induction melting furnace using locally sourced materials within our environment. Okay. Another disadvantage of traditional furnaces, there's always an emission of poisonous gases to the environment, which is not good for the environment. They contribute to greenhouse effects, and we don't want that. So induction furnaces, they eliminate this problem. So induction furnaces are a better option to melt metals rather than traditional melting furnaces. Okay. For our proposed solution concept, because with every problem, we always try to find a solution. My idea was to develop a 5 kilogram capacity, fully functional, small scale induction furnace using locally sourced materials. How does this work? For an induction furnace to work, like I said, it requires electricity. It means it requires high power circuits to be able to power the furnace so as to generate heat to melt the metal. I'm currently designing a custom designed inverter to be able to power the furnace to melt metals such as steel and aluminum. Also, I'm also making a custom molded crucible using a blend of locally sourced materials. We don't have to depend on importing crucibles, especially graphite crucible. We do not have graphite crucible here in Nigeria. So my innovation is to mold a graphite crucible from scratch using a blend of locally sourced materials such as graphite powder, borosilicate glass, silicon carbide, and clay to be able to develop a crucible that can withstand the high temperature required to melt steel and aluminum. The melting temperature of steel is about 1,600 degrees Celsius. Also, I'm also developing a robust tilting mechanism. I came up with 3 different design scenarios for me to be able to know how we pour the molten melter from the crucible. So we went with the idea of using 2 gears to be able to tilt the furnace so as to pour the molten metal into our mold or wherever we need. The value proposition. Why is the furnace unique? I have come across a locally manufactured induction furnace here in Nigeria. So what is making mine different? Like I said, I am making a crucible that's from locally sourced materials. The induction furnace I came across here in Nigeria, they imported the crucible from abroad, and this can be very expensive. I checked the price of a crucible, a graphite crucible, to be able to import, and it was about 300,000 plus, just a crucible. And for those of us who don't know what the crucible is the part of the induction furnace which holds the metal. It's a complex structure which holds the metal, and there's a copper coil surrounding the crucible, which generates the magnetic field required to melt the metal in the crucible. Also, this furnace has high temperature capability, unlike existing local furnace that I came across, which was just made to melt aluminum. And aluminum's melting point was about 660 degrees Celsius. But now I'm taking this further to be able to even melt steel with a higher temperature of about 1,500 degrees Celsius. Also, durable design. I'm making the refractory lining that is going to support the crucible with castable cement that can withstand a temperature of about 1,600 degrees Celsius. Benefits of this project to industry and research. This project provides a reliable tool for small-scale businesses to expand into higher temperature metalworking and improve product quality. Small-scale businesses can have access to this induction furnace because the price is a bit cheaper compared to imported induction furnaces. Also, this furnace can serve as a valuable platform for further research in material science and metallurgy within our academic institutions. I notice most of our academic institutions, they don't have access to induction furnace. So with this, they can be able to perform research and use it for their various project, feasibility/approach. This project is being implemented in phases, demonstrating a structured and achievable approach. I've already built the furnace shell and the support, which is in the image here. That's a 3D design, a 3D model of the furnace. Also, the electrical circuit, which is going to power the furnace. We're also working on it. We're trying to design a circuit that will be powerful enough to be able to power our induction melting furnace, to be able to melt steel. And we're trying to target a melting time of about 30 minutes to be able to melt 5 kilograms of steel. So that will require some power, about maybe 12 kilowatts or so. So the resource and partner management. Like I said, I'm using a blend of locally sourced materials. I'm also working with Digitouch electronics company here in Ibadan for the electrical components. The project timeline, I've already constructed the furnace frame and the support structure, and also the molds to be able to make the crucible. The phase 2, which is on track, was designing the electrical circuits already, and we hope to finish that in the next few days or so. And the phase 3, that will be the final assembly and testing, and also the performance evaluation of the induction furnace to validate the melting capacity. Expected outcome, a fully functional induction furnace. I hope to have a fully functional induction furnace that we can rely on here in Nigeria, that will be very reliable, and also a significant cost reduction compared to imported induction furnaces. The economic advantage, I made my research, and a 5 kilogram capacity induction furnace imported is about 2,500,000. But this locally made furnace just cost about 750,000 naira for a 5 kilogram capacity. That's like a 70% reduction in acquisition cost. This is a bar chart showing the cost comparison of an imported induction furnace with this locally fabricated induction furnace. Conclusion, this project has successfully addressed a critical need in the Nigerian metal working industry. I'm seeking funding, collaboration, and mentorship. This furnace isn't just a prototype, it's a foundation for a new era of sustainable and affordable manufacturing in Nigeria. Acknowledgement, my special gratitude goes to my supervisor. He's always available. Any questions I ask him, he's always ready to answer. And Professor Ajide, I'm very thankful to him. I also want to thank my parents for their unwavering support towards the successful execution of this project. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you for such a wonderful presentation, Mosimi Soloa. Thank you. Really appreciate the inspiring thoughts and research you get to share with us. Thank you to all our presenters for delivering such productive and thought-provoking work. Thank you to everyone. Do you have any judge have any question for any of our presenters?
Sound now. Boy.
Okay, Mr. Emmanuel, you can go ahead with your question, please.
Okay. Thank you so much. I believe you can hear me very well. Thank you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. That was a nice presentation, and yeah, it's a very good presentation. I just have a question to ask you. You were talking about sourcing the material locally.
Yes.
Where do you intend sourcing the material from? How much can you get from there, and for how long can you keep sourcing the material locally?
Okay. I've been able to source for the materials. For example, I've brought in the graphite powder, the clay, the silicon carbide, and the borosilicate glass here in Ibadan. I'll be able to source for that. And we're about to mold the crucible in some few days' time, probably next week.
Okay, I mean, in terms of scalability, how much can you get? I mean, that can sustain you for maybe if you want to, I'll scale it.
I don't get that.
From this local place, you're sourcing the material.
I mean, I don't get that.
You have already gotten some material. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, your targeted place of sourcing this material, how much can you get from there in terms of scalability? For example, if your proposal or your idea, if it works out tomorrow and you want to upscale it, so how much material do you think you can source locally from this region you are getting your material?
Okay, I think every material here is readily available here. For example, like I said, the graphite powder we need, the clay, the silicon carbide, they are readily available. So if you want to upscale it, it's no issue at all. The only issue that my requirement, the power requirement for issue. I hope you got that.
Yeah, to some extent. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I think my network.
Okay, I think after Mr. Emmanuel's question, I don't. Okay. Oh, Farouk. Okay, Mr. Farouk, can you please go ahead with your question and be snappy with it also? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator. So like I have like two quick questions. So thank you so much, Musimiolua. Thank you for this presentation. So I want to know, like, from this your your finance, who are going to benefit from this low cost finance? Who are those that are going to benefit from this?
Okay, like I said, we have small scale foundries here that deal with metal casting. They deal with metal casting. They cast metals into various shapes. So they are going to benefit. And also research institutions in Nigeria here, they will also benefit. They can have easy access to induction furnace for students to go to the lab and to just perform maybe experiments or just, melt metal with the induction furnace. So it's a way of bridging like the class, what they learn in class, and they can see it physically. So yeah.
What about all these small scale jewelries?
Yeah, I mentioned that. That was
So
what
like
I mentioned.
I'm interested in the user, I think it's the user interface. How is it going to be controlled, the temperature and the power? Is it manual? Is it auto?
Okay. There's going to be a sensor to measure the temperature of the molten metal in the crucible, and also you can read the temperature from there, and yeah, so on.
Okay. Is it going to be manual or auto?
It's going to be manual. It's going to be manual.
Okay. I think that's the questions I have for you. Thank you so much for this presentation. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you, Mr. Farouk. Thanks for the question. Well done, Mr. Misolua. Thanks, that's a wonderful presentation you've given. And right now, we are going to be posting the link for the voting for the people's person in the Zoom event screen. So I would advise all attendees to try to vote and vote for the person with the people's choice. What do you think? Whose presentation get them the most? Who do you want to vote for? So they should try to vote for the person. And we have just like 3 minutes after the link is being posted for us to go ahead and just click, vote and move on, please. The technical team, please. I'm here to see I can't see the link right now for the voting. So we are waiting on the technical team to please put out the link for the voting. Yes, the judges can vote as well. Yes, judges can vote. After the voting, we're going to have the judges separate to a different room for them to finalize the different participants, presenters will be getting the other stuff. So I can see the people's choice award. The link is rightly open right now. So we have just 2 minutes for everybody to go ahead and vote who is their person. So TikTok.
The link is not showing. We can't see it. Really.
Oh, I don't know. I can see it right now.
It's on Zoom. It's on Zoom.
It's on Zoom. Okay. Well, I don't know, but now I can see it right now. And meeting post submitted. Thank you. I think each person should be able to see it. I was able to see them to vote. So someone said it popped up. So please, every attendee should be able to see and vote.
I still can't see anything pop up, please.
Well,
that'll be the same thing for me.
Okay. Right now, I know I have voted, and I can see about 3 other persons in the chat saying they voted. I don't know if probably can go to the home screen, the general home screen.
Yeah,
to
go to the
see
home
it.
screen. You see polls or quizzes. So
Yes.
it's going to pop up.
We have less than 2 minutes for the voting for it to be recorded, please. If you have interest in voting, please go ahead and vote for your person. I can see someone raising a hand. Zina. Okay, that was probably a mistake.
Okay, please, if you are using your phone, go to more, and you see it there.
Okay. If you are making use of your phone, probably go to more and click on more for you to be able to see it. Oh. I think we have less than a minute for the voting. Can you just please do our due diligence of voting? Yes, it is just a question. You are just expected to just vote for one person, which is the people's person. In terms of other category of the award, that will be judged by the judges. So the only person we, the attendees, are allowed to do is vote for the people's person. Yes, you're going to see just a single pop-up that provides you a list of the presenters and asking you to click on which of them is your choice for the People's Persons Award. I think the 2 minutes is probably up, and also assume most of the persons should have been able to vote by now. Okay. Hmm. Can just a quick check. If you're unable to see the pool, do you mind raising your hand? Like it was said and shared in the chat before, if you're using your phone, kindly go to more and probably be able to see it there. And thing is, once you voted once, you won't get to see it again. because that's just the way the technical team have set it for the sake of fairness. And right now, I can only see just one hand being raised as being one of the person that is unable to see the pool. So which I would assume is not a general error and it's not something that can be conclusive saying not everyone are able to see the pool. I can see Omome, please. Why are you raising your hand, please? Okay. Well, at this time, I would like our judges to be directed to a private room for deliberation. And while our judges and technical team collates the results and verify scores, we will be inspired by a short technical presentation from our guest speaker, Mr. Opeyemi Awotunde, who will share insights with us on how to effectively communicate with artificial intelligence system. We all know the world is presently all about this whole AI thing. So we'll be having our presenter tell us more on how to use the AI, how to communicate with it. So everyone, please join me in welcoming Mr. Opeyemi Awotunde. Mr. Opeyemi, are you there? Are you online right now? Mr. Opeyemi Awotunde. Okay. I'm chatting probably some technical issues with, or probably our special guest is having some issues right now. Well, while we the attendees are waiting right here, I want to believe the judges are there with the technical team trying to collate the results.
Sure.
I think we need to create a breakout room.
I think our special guest is having some little technical issue right now. So everyone should just please bear with us. And trust me, our judges and technical teams are working on the collation of the just concluded voting and also for the presenters to know who won what award. Yeah, I know it's supposed to be kind of like an AI presentation that's supposed to be going on right now, which due to technical issue, our special guest couldn't join for the meeting. So everyone should just please bear with us while we wait in this quiet section and waiting for the judges and the technical team to get back to us based off the just concluded voting poll. And for those probably requesting for a reshare of the link, I'm not sure how possible that is. We just, I guess, are going to be making do with what we have since it looks like majority of of everyone were able to vote. So,
Hello, Aderoju, can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you, please.
I'm so sorry about that. For whatever reason, Zoom decided to misbehave. So I guess
Oh,
I
is that
just,
Mr. Opoyemi Awotunde?
yes, please. Yes,
Oh,
please.
finally, our guest speaker is here. Sorry for the technical issue, and you are highly welcome. Well,
Thank you.
we've been trying to welcome you, and just did some technical issue. So, the stage is all yours to take away.
Thank you very much, Aderoju, and thank you to the organizers of the event. My job is very simple. My job is to share some of the findings with artificial intelligence, and most especially many of the audience that we have here today, or many of the people in the audience that we have here today, are researchers, students, and scientists. So there's a lot of use cases for artificial intelligence, or let me just say intelligent systems generally, in the society that we live in today. Please let me know. I'm trying to turn on my video. I think that's what's causing the issue all along. So today I'll be talking about, let me see if I can share my screen. 1 second. Or can one of the admins share the presentation on my behalf? Aderoju, do you have my presentation?
Christiana Okonko, I don't know if there's someone sharing their screen or something. So please, if you are sharing your screen, I think you should just probably please stop doing that and probably allow our guests to be able to do that.
I mean, can one of the admins?
I'm not sharing my screen.
Share?
Okay.
Can one of the admins share my presentation? I think I sent it. If they can help with that, that would be great.
Can we have the technical team help with sharing of the shared slides? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, awesome. Okay, thank you very much. So today I'll be talking about how to effectively communicate with artificial intelligence system. And the reason why, like I said, the reason why this is important is we now live in a world where AI is no longer coming, AI is here, and we need to understand how to use them to advantage. Either you are a researcher, either you're an entrepreneur, either you are a scientist, it's super important that we can figure out how to talk to the system to get the value that we so desire. Next slide, please. So this is a little bit about myself. For the sake of time, I'm just going to rush through this. My name is Opoyemi Awotunde. I'm a technology consultant. I've been privileged to work across multiple industries such as finance, telecoms, IT, and manufacturing. I'm an author of some publications, and also I've co-authored some peer-reviewed papers as well. I'm a public speaker, and my life philosophy is such that, a person becomes what he or she thinks about all day long. So please do not outsource the power of your mind. And that is what I believe this symposium stands for. People who can come up with innovative ideas. Next slide, please. So first thing first is I'll be discussing the nature of intelligent systems. I'll be discussing the nature of intelligent systems, talk a little bit about neural network, and also move into large language models, and then talk about how we can communicate using prompt techniques. And then we'll look at a few examples of future trends. Next slide. So when we talk about intelligent system, the question is what really makes a system intelligent? You can design a system in any way, but what actually makes it an intelligent system? In my opinion, and according to most research papers out there, it is the cognitive skills that this system possesses that makes them intelligent. And what are these skills? Number one, the ability to learn. A system that can follow a step-by-step instruction, you say is an intelligent system. For example, you give it an input, it processes and gives an output. So number two is reasoning. A system that can choose what way to approach a problem. A system that has the capability to reason, is an intelligent system. A system that can self-correct, or a system makes a mistake and can reason to the point where it can self-correct that mistake, which means the system is capable of continuous learning. So that's also what we call an intelligent system. And then intelligent systems are also systems that are very creative. I mean, you give it something differently and can navigate its way. Think of it as you put an insect in a maze, and the insect finds its way with little to no instruction. So these are the attributes of intelligent system. The ability to, please help with the slide, the ability to self-correct, the ability to generate new output, the ability to reason, and the ability to learn. That's what we call intelligent system. Anywhere you find all of these four or some of these, you have an intelligent system. Next slide. So touching briefly on neural networks. If you are into AI or any of the new technologies that NVIDIA, OpenAI, Google are now pioneering, you understand that neural network is a foundation of the so-called AI industry as a whole. So I always like to give people an idea of what neural network is in layman terms. Think of neural network as a combination of processors that processes an input and gives an output. So you have 5 components in your neural network. The point where information comes in, which is the input, the processing node, the sphere of knowledge, fine-tuning, and output. So I'll run through each of these. Input is, you're searching for something. You put a text on the web. That's your input. Processing node at the back end is, if you look at this diagram, you see that I have a layer called hidden layer. That's the part you don't get to see. And what happens here is that whatever input, it could be a picture, it could be a text, it could be an audio file, whatever input you've sent into a system that is built on neural network, it is being processed by each of these nodes. And what makes this diagram important is each of these nodes will take your input, process it, and pass the output to the next one. So imagine you're filtering through each of the layers in that middle node, right? So I'll give an example. I put in ChatGPT, I say that, this picture looks like a picture taken in 1960. What are the images captured in this picture? The first layer takes that information in as an input. At the back end, the first node, the first array of node processes it. Some might say, it's black and white. There's no color here. It looks like the image of a lady. There is a card in the background. All of that output is passed to the next node. The next array of nodes then process that same information and say, it's black and white, a girl. It's possible that, is a young lady or an elderly person. So each of these layers uses the output coming from the previous one, and then it gets better and better until you have an output. So that is what we call fine-tuning, based on the sphere of knowledge from the previous array of nodes. So I wrote here, I said it involves multiple processors operating in parallel and arranged in tiers or layers. Next slide. So, and that leads me to large language models, which is the most common use case of AI nowadays. So large language models are built on neural networks, right? They are called large language because they can absorb as much text as possible. Before now, Google has limit to your query that you can search. You can't put a whole textbook on sorry, a whole page on Google and say that you want to search for something. But with ChatGPT, you can add more text. So there's a large box for your text to be contained. Next slide. So some of the special types of neural network that have been pre-trained are now what we call GPT. And the two main things that these transformers do is they are fast and they understand context. Don't forget where we started from. We started by saying that intelligent systems are systems that can learn, that can reason, that can get creative, and can self-correct. So understanding context makes them super intelligent, which means they have some form of awareness as per the input you give to them, and they are fast. They can process in less time. So, and that's why we call them generative pre-trained transformers. They are basically models built on neural networks that can generate outputs based on the knowledge they've been trained with. So ChatGPT is what? A generative pre-trained transformer for chat. Okay, so next slide. So some of the popular large language models that we have the Gemini by Google, we have Claude by Anthropics, we have OpenAI, ChatGPT, and all of that. So a prompt is now the input you give to an AI model to generate a response. And that is exactly where we're going to. How do we talk to these systems? We give them an input. What is the input called? It's called a prompt. So I'll be showing in the next slide techniques of prompting that can help you get better results. Next slide. There are quite a few of them, right? But we'll focus on some basic and some advanced. So reference prompting is the type of prompt you do when you give. I'll be using ChatGPT for my use case because that's what many people are used to. When you give the model something to reference, say for example, you download a file and you say, based on the content of this file, you ask the question. So the system references that file. That's one good way to prompt, because now you're limiting the scope of search that the model needs to work with. You're creating a context and you're creating content for it to work with. Rather than going straight to the internet, it focuses on the PDF file you've updated or the images you've updated, right? So the next one is zero-shot prompting. Zero-shot prompting is what many people do. They just ask questions, like no example, no template, nothing. You just ask questions directly. This is the least effective form of prompting, actually, which is what many people do. For example, I say that, tell me about the Nigerian history, independence history in Nigeria. I'm not really saying what exactly I want to know. I'm just asking random, vague question, right? So the next one is few-shot prompting. And few-shot prompting is you give this format. You write a question, a known question to you, you provide an answer to it. You can write maybe 2 questions, provide an answer to it. And then you ask ChatGPT to say, follow this pattern. I'm going to ask you a question, give me an answer. So what you are doing is you are telling the system how to think to get the result you want. Say, for example, I say, a question, what's an easy question I can ask? I can say, the president of the United States is this, or who is the president of the United States between this year and this year? Answer, the way I want the answer to come. Answer, the president of the United States between this year and this year is this, is from this place, is from that place. He has this family, this number of children. So I created the way I want my answer to be framed. And then when you now ask a follow-up question, ChatGPT understands that, this is how this person wants the answer to come. And that's called few-shot prompting. Next slide. So these are some advanced prompting techniques that you can use to get more results when you're using some of these models. And this is not limited to ChatGPT, actually. My favorite one is chain of thought. Chain of thought is usually good when you're trying to do a step-by-step analysis. I'll give you an example. For people that are in engineering, what we are going to see in the nearest future is you're trying to create a technical document at work, let's say you're given a construction project and you're trying to create a technical document, you'll be able to use ChatGPT to do that. And one of the prompting techniques that would suit that part is chain of thought prompting, because you need details across each phase. So how does this work? This is basically an example. You can start by saying, let's think about this step by step. First, we need to do this, then we should do this. This then leads to this, and therefore this happens. When you give this template to ChatGPT, it creates your response by thinking better than doing few shot prompting, zero shot prompting, or the other type of prompts. Because this way, ChatGPT is now systematic in its approach, or any large language model that you're comfortable with. So chain of thought prompting is good when you need to break things down. Maybe you're trying to design a project, you're trying to come up with a project, and you're trying to put them in phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. This is a very good way to prompt, right? Or maybe you're preparing for an interview and you need to do your STAR formula or your STAR idea. Oh, first thing is this, second step is this, third step is that. So I would advise that you go with chain of thought prompting. Now, the other technique is take a deep breath technique. I don't know if you've noticed that when you write a prompt in ChatGPT or any of these models, and it gives you a response, the same question you've asked, if you ask it to take a deep breath, it will improve. Has anyone experienced that? So when they were building those models out, it was actually something a scientist discovered. I think it was a scientist or an engineer discovered, that when you tell ChatGPT or any of these models to take a deep breath, it actually recalibrates and gives you a better outcome. I use this a whole lot, especially when I feel like the system is beginning to, hallucinate. So these are some of the examples you can apply as you do your research. I saw a lot of research work being done. When you're not clear, you can literally use some of these techniques to further your research and to get good outcome from this model. Next slide. So we also have tree of thought prompting, which is, so I'll give an example using risk assessment. Imagine you work in an organization and you're tasked with risk assessment, and you're trying to find which one is the best option between option A, B, C, D. So the best technique to use is tree of thought. So you tell ChatGPT or any of this model, you say, imagine 3 different experts are answering this question. Expert A says this, expert B says this, expert C says this. How each expert, so then you now have how each expert comes up with their approach, they evaluate others' approach and refine the solution. Say, for example, I'm trying to make a decision, which vendor should I use to supply me materials for my project based on their quotation or based on their proposal. Vendor A has quoted 6 million, vendor B has quoted 5 million, vendor C has quoted 7. But of course, they all have their advantages, they all have their disadvantages. And I'm trying to make a decision using AI. This is an example of a good prompt to say that, oh, expert A has said this, expert B has said this, expert C has said this. Even when it comes to recommendation, let's say there is a weather disaster somewhere and experts are recommending multiple opinions. This is a great way to use ChatGPT or any of these other models to be able to say, oh, tell me how this person came up with their approach. What is the pros and cons of this approach? What is the pros and cons of this approach? So you can tell ChatGPT to say experts' opinions using 3 different experts or more. And then I think this will be second to the last or the last one, which is called chain of density prompting. This is usually good when you're trying to write papers. You are trying to create a chain of density, which says initial summary, the missing key points, create a denser summary for me, repeat this 3 or 4 times, and then you get a better output. I'll give an example. Say I'm asking ChatGPT to help me rephrase a 1-page assignment I've done in school, right? And then I go through it, I'm not satisfied. I can now say, make this to be part of the initial summary. These are some of the missing key points I've identified, and then involve these extra bullet points in your executive summary for me. If I do that 3 or 4 times, it is being noticed that the outcome gets better by the 3rd or 4th time. So you are condensing and reinforcing your thoughts on the system to give you the best output. Next slide. So some future trends that, as at the time of this presentation, it was future trends, but now AI is moving as fast as it can. Autonomous system development, of course, we have Tesla available now. We'll get to see more of that. We also will see increase in human AI collaboration. And that is why I believe this presentation is important. You need to learn how to use AI, at least start by learning how to get good responses from AI, even if you can't build AI systems yet. And lastly will be ethical AIs. As AI becomes part of the human life, there will be concerns in some certain corners about data privacy, about how human and AI can live together in a way that safety is guaranteed. So, and at that point, we'll be talking about responsible AI, ethical AI, and standards, right? Next slide. So thank you very much for the opportunity to share my thoughts. I don't know if you have any questions. I'm glad to take you. Once again, my name is Okweme, and it's nice to be with everyone. If there are any questions, please, I would like to take the questions. If there are none,
Thank you so much, Mr. Wotunde. Thank you for the wonderful presentation and telling us and getting us to know more on how to use AI, letting us know our prompts, what we feed into the AI determines a lot about what it is going to give back to us. Thank you so much. Do we have anyone in the audience, in the attendees, who probably have a question for Mr. Okweme Awotunde?
I know part of my presentation might be just with AI generally. I'm happy to take any questions.
Yes.
Yeah. I want to believe there are no questions.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the presentation. I don't know if I can ask a question. When it comes to this use of AI, because fine, and okay, maybe I'm not that much of a guru when it comes to using the AI. Yeah. But at times when it comes to this AI, looking at it from this aspect of plagiarism, if I probably ask this AI to generate a prompt for me, like me feeding it, okay, giving it this particular papers, these articles, using these same articles, I need it to generate a number of ideas based off the articles I probably give it, and giving it a prompt that tells it exactly what I wanted to talk about. Is it possible, what is the likelihood that whatsoever it is it's generated will be flagged as being AI generated? And what ways can I make what is being generated to be probably able to pass the plagiarism test?
Okay, that's a very good question, and that's a common use case. So what I usually advise people to do is when you're using AI for research work and you're feeding it documents from what other people have done, one good way to avoid plagiarism is you tell the AI system to give you references from the presentation, right? References from the presentation references from the document you uploaded.
Yes.
Right? So that you can now go into what part of that document was referenced and you can rephrase. Because most times what people do is they take what AI has given them, copy and paste and dump. Now, it is also advisable that if you ever use AI for any of your research, you should put as an addendum to your research work saying where and how you used AI in your research. At the end of it, you can say, AI was used to rephrase my thoughts or to reconstruct, let's say, to reconstruct my grammar, or it was used in research. So when you highlight all of those things, whoever is looking at your research work also would have an idea of how you've been upfront about your transparency.
Okay.
So most times tell AI to also reference what part of that presentation or that document was referenced, and then you can do a little bit of work to see how you can match that up. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. The technical team, I don't know if you guys are aware that you guys are still sharing your screen based off Mr. Awotunde's presentation. That's the technical team. You guys are sharing your screen based off Mr. Awotunde's presentation. I think Joy has a question for Mr. Awotunde. Can you please go ahead with your question?
All right, thank you so much. Okay, so I have a quick question. Okay, at times when I chat with AI, ChatGPT in specific, so when it gives me responses and I tell it to give me another responses, during that time, it started confusing the answers and started falling.
Joy, are you there? I can't hear you. Hello, Joy.
Hello.
Yes, you were off for a minute. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I said that most times when I chat with AI, which is ChatGPT in specific, and it gives me responses of some answers, and I tell it to generate another response. Along the line, it will start confusing the responses and it won't align with what I want. Is it that I should tell it to take a deep breath to give me the response I want, or I'm going to use another prompt? And if I'm using another prompt, what prompt could it be?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. There are multiple ways you can address. So the experience you're having is called hallucination. So AI sometimes hallucinates, and that is one of the big
Peter,
issues. That is
what
one of the
about
big
winning
issues
call?
that. Okay, please
What about winning
can you
call?
mute people? So that is one of the big issues that most of this. So that's one of the big issues that companies are battling. So one thing you can actually do, number one, companies intentionally always downgrade the capability of their AI models, especially when they release a new one. So that might be why. Number one, you need to look at the version of ChatGPT that you're using. If you're using the earliest version, you might need to upgrade, number one, because of course they're also here to make some money. Number two is you can always tell ChatGPT to take a deep breath and rephrase. And if you're not satisfied, what I advise is close that chat, start a new one, right? So start a new chat, and that way you see improvement in your response, definitely.
Oh, noted. Thanks for the answers. I can see Oluwakemi. Are you there?
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Thank you very much for this initiative. It's quite appreciated. And thanks for the presentation. It's very informative and educative. So my question is it's not question. At times when you use AI, whether ChatGPT or to generate maybe some ideas or to ask some questions. There are lots of ads online now that will be telling you come and humanize it on a particular platform, this platform, that platform. Those platforms also look more like AI influenced side to me. How do you advise all those humanizing sites?
So
thank you.
Thank you for that question, Oluwakemi. So it is always great, like the moderator was saying earlier on, and I advised whenever you use AI to do, especially when it comes to writing, whenever you use AI to write something, do not copy and paste directly. Can I share my screen and give us an example? I don't know how much time I have. Let me see if I can share my screen and give us an example. Please let me know when you see my screen.
Yeah, your screen is coming up, but it's not fully. Okay, yeah, great.
Okay, you can see my screen.
Yeah, I
Let's
can.
go into ChatGPT and let me show you something. So I'm also going to do. So this is ChatGPT, right?
Okay.
Tell me about. So I'm asking ChatGPT to tell me about this conference, right? It's going to the internet to give me all the information I can find. Okay. So this is GPT-5. It's referencing Instagram, is referencing all these places, right? Now, there's something called footmarks. Is it footmark or watermark? So if I copy all of this,
watermark.
If I copy all of this, right,
Okay.
and paste in a Word document, there are footmarks that AI would leave, and that's how they detect plagiarism. So, but if I come to this website, clean up and clean it right. Let me see. Not this one. Not this one. I think it's paste text. Coming.
Okay.
There's one I use. Is this Google? Okay, let me use this first one. Let me use this first one. Let me see. It's asking. So I copied that and I paste it here. Right.
Okay.
So this is the thing. This is not showing me what I want. Hold on a second. So there's a particular site that I use to discover paste text sites, something like that. Okay, I think it's this one. Yeah, this is the site. This is the site. It's called Watermark. Why is it going to say? Continue to site. So what did we copy? We pasted it here, right? Now look at
Yeah.
it. Can you see my screen, everyone? So
yes, I
I
can
pasted
see your
from ChatGPT straight to this place. Can you see all these yellow lines? Can you see U plus 001? Those are the watermarks from AI, right?
Okay.
So, and they are invincible. Like, you can't see them from here. Can you see any of them here?
Okay. Nope.
But when you come here, you can see some of them, right? So if I ask this website to help me clean this, I think I have to pay something like that. So it can remove this watermark and I can begin to rephrase line by line. Do you understand? So
yeah,
this is one thing I do. This is one thing I do in order for me to humanize my text. And of course, there are other AI tools like Quibots that can rephrase it for you. So, and that's why it's always good. Our advice, whenever you use AI to do some of these things, just put it as an addendum to your research work, saying that, oh, it was used to improve my grammar, it was used to improve my writing structure. Because that way, you already catered for whatever suspicion the reader might have.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Otunde. Thank you for all the insightful thoughts. I knew I also learned a lot from just this presentation and how to make use of AI. So at this point, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Yeah, I would like to call the head judge, Mr. Emmanuel Nwaogu, to announce the results and present the award for the final stage of the 2025 National Research Symposium. Mr. Emmanuel, are you there? Mr. Emmanuel. Okay. I guess probably our head judge is still trying to round up and they're trying to make some arrangements and try to place everything in place, place everyone in their places. I guess, well, the ones we've been waiting for is not as much as what is left for us to wait for. So we'll just wait for our head judge, Mr. Emmanuel Nwaogu, to come forward with the results and announce the award-winning person for the various categories that we have. All right, Mr. Emmanuel.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we
we
can
can
hear
hear
you.
Okay,
Yes, we
so
can hear you.
okay, so the right time is now, and I'm so glad, I'm so happy for the ending of this symposium. It's really a very resourceful one. Regardless of our career discipline and the area of our research, I believe each and every one of us has learned one thing or the other from all our presenters. Before I continue, I just want to appreciate Professor O.O. Ajide, the chairman of this event. His introductory words were very, resourceful as well, and also the organizers of this great program. I really also want to appreciate you all, and also the members of the Giseb. It's really a very good one, and very encouraging for our young researchers, to find a platform to showcase their skills and also showcase, their findings in terms of research. I also want to appreciate them for giving us the opportunity, us, the judges, to serve as judges in this event. And I'm really grateful for that, and also selecting me for the chief judge of today's event. And one thing I want to tell the presenters, don't see it, whether you have the highest or the lowest, don't see it as anything. It's just some kind of encouragement. Just know that you have done your best, and also know that, you have something that you can offer, that is even beyond Nigeria, that is beyond Africa, at the global, platform. So this is an encouragement to all of us. You have done great, you have done excellently well, and for me personally, I am very much I'm grateful for that. So now, the first thing we are going to, call here is the People's Choice Award. The People's Choice Award. So from all the results we've collected and everything, we have seen that we have Fagede Oluwadamilola Gloria from the University of Ibadan, postgraduate. Quality assessment in part of Southern-West research. This is what she did. So he's the one that won. She's the one that won the People's Choice Award. That's very fantastic. Congratulations, Miss Gloria. Congratulations. You've really done very, very well.
That's nice. Congratulations to her.
So we are moving on. It's really interesting. So in my list here, we have the best female researcher. The best female researcher. This person talked about implementing behavioral-based health education program for community well-being in Nigeria. Is the person of Adeyemi Mosorooluwa Daniela. So she is the one that won the best female researcher. Congratulations, Dami. Congratulations, Daniela. Congratulations. Okay, so with me here, I have another one on my list. The best undergraduate researcher. The best undergraduate researcher. So this person also presented performance evaluation of a low-cost dual-mode suction device for emergency medical care. In the person of Omiyinka Samuel Victor, is from University of Ibadan, undergraduate. Congratulations, Mr. Victor. Congratulations, Mr. Victor. He's the best undergraduate researcher. Best undergraduate researcher. Congratulations to Mr. Victor. Okay, we keep moving. It's getting interesting. So we have the best research in business and management. Best researcher in business and management. This person presented the Bridging Urban-Rural Gaps, a comparative study of inclusive sustainability in Nigeria's informal economy. It's not a person than Christiana Okonkwo. Christiana Okonkwo, the best research in business and management from Auburn University. Is graduate. Oh, congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. So we keep moving. We keep moving. Again, we have the best researcher in science. The best researcher in science. Yeah, this person presented also groundwater quality assessment in part of southwestern Nigeria. It's the person of Fagede Oluwadamilola Gloria. She's coming up again. She's coming up again from the University of Ibadan. Very, 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 very interesting. Congratulations, Gloria. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
she really deserves it. Double award, double award, double award. It's not easy. Congratulations, congratulations. Now we have second to the best of the best. So we have the best researcher in engineering. The best researcher in engineering. This person presented to us synthesis, thermomechanical processing, and the characterization of A356 DPSA composite for automobile engine component. Is not the person Ohadaway Thomas Agoher. He is from University of Ibadan, postgraduate. Congratulations, Mr. Thomas. Congratulations. You are the best researcher in engineering. Congratulations. So now we have the overall best researcher. The overall best researcher, this person, you know, with all fairness and all, we saw that he performed very well, you know, and he did very great. So we are very, you know, grateful for his, you know, well of knowledge and experience, and also sort of encouragement. The best overall researcher presented experimental investigation of solar absorption refrigeration system using activated charcoal methanol as a working pair. Is not a person than Mr. Gabriel David Peter. He is the overall best researcher. Congratulations, Mr. David Peter. Congratulations. He's from University of Ibadan, an undergraduate. Oh, this is so nice. This is so nice, Mr. Peter. I mean, keep moving. Is an encouragement from us. Keep going. You know, using this strength, using this energy, and keep digging well. I mean, the sky is your limit. It's not even your limit. You can go beyond that. So continue your hard work. Continue your hard work. To overall presenters, I mean, this is the end of it. I just want to also again appreciate all of you for your hard work, for your dedication, you know, towards achieving this great feat. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you so much. This is Emmanuel Chisomwok, the chief judge from the judges team. Thank you, Giseb. Thank you very much, everyone, for this 2025 Global Research Symposium. We are really grateful. We are really thankful for this platform. We are very grateful. Thank you so much for everyone. And like as the team said, inclusive sustainability from all our platform, from all our career endeavors. We'll also try to, you know, engage in something that will be inclusive, especially in the term of sustainability. Thank you very much for everything. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, our head judge, and congratulations to all the winners, and to say thanks to all finalists for their excellent work. Trust me, for those probably were unable to just make this list, trust me, all of the presentation I listened to today are very, very nice. Yes, they are. That's also a wonderful thought and all. So don't let this be a limitation. You know, winning this doesn't mean what you are doing isn't good enough. Or probably just you didn't put enough of your effort. That's not it. Trust me. Just keep on track. Try to improve on yourself and look at what area to improve or get better. Both for those that want something and those that didn't. Trust me, you all did a very, very wonderful job. It's not an easy thing for you to get to the final stage. Trust me, you've gone through a lot for you to be a finalist on this. So please don't get discouraged. And on behalf of Giseb, we sincerely appreciate our judges, the participants, the moderator, the technical team, guest speakers, and all attendees who made today possible. We are telling you guys a big thank you to everyone. As a reminder, the official award ceremony will take place at the University of Ibadan Conference Center, Ibadan, on the 1st of November 2025, where we will formally celebrate the winners and present prizes. Thank you all for being part of this landmark event. We look forward to seeing the continued impact of your research in Nigeria and beyond. Well, this marks the close of the final stage of the 2025 National Research Symposium. Do have a wonderful day.
As I maybe 2 weeks ago.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you too. We need to thank you too for holding on
Moderator,
for
well done for a good job.
well
Moderator,
done. Well done.
moderator,
Sir, thank you, sir.
well done. These are an excellent moderations.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent.
Thank you
It's
too. You've
award-winning
done
moderation.
fantastic.
And thank you to Giseb.
Thank you.
Thank you to
Award-winning
Giseb for the
To the
initiative.
technical team as well. Thank you.
Thank
Judges
you,
also,
Giseb,
thank
for the
you.
opportunity. We are very grateful. It's a great platform and giving them wings to fly. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
All right.
This
Please
is the
give me a
beginning.
minute.
More will be
Everyone who
done.
participated today, all the 9 finalists are invited for the award ceremony. Please, we will send the official invite to you. Please, we'll be expecting you in Ibadan. Thank you very much.
All right. I guess we can close the
Thank
curtain now.
you.
Thank you to everyone.
Please,
Thank you
do
for
you have
thanking
before
us.
you go, your website? You
Yes.
just write Giseb if you want to get a feedback to you on this exercise.
Yeah. Very important. It's true.
You said what, please?
I said, can you share your web address so that, or maybe a feedback mechanism through which we can get back to you on this? It's important that this kind of initiative, the feedback is properly documented.
All right, we'll share that.
Yes, ma'am. Let me quickly speak to that. We will definitely be sending out a survey, and then at the end of the whole things, we'll be sending out a link that would directly link you to our website, where you'll be giving your testimony as far as how the program went and then what you have really gained as regards the whole program. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are working on
That's
that.
splendid.
Yes,
All
we are
right.
well.
Okay.
I want to
All right.
believe
Have a
every one
great
of
evening.
yes, I want to believe every one of us here. We are in we have a WhatsApp group where we have every person participating in this event. So
I was just invited.
yes, I expect that the person who invited you will be sending the link to you so that you can have that feedback.
All right, great.
Yes.
Okay, that's great.
Thank you very
All right,
much.
enjoy your evening.
So yes, ma'am, would make the feedback mechanism available on our website too.
All right, it's okay.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
We are very
All right,
grateful. Thank you.
Our website address is info@giseb.org. Thank you.
All right. Okay, that's taken.
Thank you, technical team. Well done.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
Thank you, technical. Thank you, Mommy Kemi. Thank you, technical. We're
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wura. Thank you, all our mommies in the house. Congratulations for
Thank
staying
you.
put. Thank you for the support. We are very, very grateful. Thank you.